Okay, everyone, we started again. Welcome back. Hopefully, everything will now work. Famous last words. I know. But yep, we're back on course. I hope. Okay, can everyone see all right? We are here in orbit of Jupiter. Been scanned by somebody. Yeah. Let's see what they want. Oh, it's the system security service. Yeah. Federal security service, I should say. Yeah. Let's get a close inspection of them. Actually, they're a distance away. Let's follow them through the rooms. I won't do anything to it. I don't really have any weapons anyway, but let's get a bit closer. How's everyone doing? Welcome back to anyone who was in the first part of the stream. Welcome to anyone who's just joined. First time, I am Commander Yannick, and I am following a Federal Security Service Viper Mark 4 for completely random reasons, just because I can. He probably wasn't like me very much, but yeah, it's his job. Assuming it's a he. Can everyone hear everything okay, like me and the game in the background as well? Hopefully one isn't drowning the other out. Yeah, I'm not really doing anything to this one. I'm kind of just annoying them. Let's have a closer look at the monitor. These are like a random NPC is that the security forces tend to be quite well armed, you know, with heavily modified ships. That's about the only thing that's really special about it. They're usually reasonable fighters. Oh yeah. Let's get nice and close. It's a bit less maneuverable with Python anyway, so it's easier to track. So. Having fun with NPCs, I think so. See, they're not complaining about me flying too close. I don't even know why they're bothering, actually. I suppose it's their job. Sometimes there are pirates in these rings, that's true. It's often a reason. If I was mining, then fair enough. But actually, I might do some mining as part of this. Not necessarily the best thing to stream is mining, but some people might be interested. Who is interested in me doing mining at some point? Just for a demonstration if nothing else. Yeah. Let's do some boulder dodging. That seems like a good move to me. Let's do the old Millennium Falcon thing and fly through an asteroid field, even though there's no Darth Vader pursuit. You can see them on the little radar scope in the middle. Just telling people I'm actually back on is the main thing right now. darker here. See the thruster firing from the left and the right, sometimes I've done this sort of red burst. Maybe a trailing this. So you can't destroy without completely dying. Yeah. Get other people later and might actually play some CQC potentially. But we'll see what happens. Had to restart both the stream and the game just to make sure. I mean, how's the quality coming along? It's probably not the best, but it should be. Does the QR code work properly, people? I'm curious. Kind of red glow over there, is that another ship or is that just a nebula in the background or something? See that glow up ahead? I think it might just be a space object or something. But what nebula is that close? I don't remember anything being that close to Sun. Jupiter's pretty magnificent though. Oh yeah, it is actually the faint outline of the ever-present all-seeing eye. That is Von Arsdale. Oh, it's not actually an eye, but it looks that way. Let's exit the ring. So here, the asteroid belt is really a ring, isn't it? Yep, there it is in the background, the faint button. Seeing eye of Von Arsdale. From Earth, it's probably not that easy to see unless you're in a very particular latitudes. I think you probably see it, and ones that don't actually have much light pollution from cities. Yeah, that's cool. I think I'll exit now once I get clear of Maston. I should be on my way again. Oh, thanks, Kit. Cool. That's good to know. That's one thing I was worried about, the QR code worked properly or not. Because it's the easiest way for people to follow the link, I suppose, isn't it? But thanks. Yeah, I saw you actually logged in quite recently. And yeah, we'll definitely link up at some point in the next... I don't know, when are you free to, actually? That's a good question. I should ask when you're free to be to meet up and be part of the stream. Now then, that's a yes, and that's now. Okay. Cool. I should really turn the wing beacon on, shouldn't I? Yes, I should. Remember that, everybody? If you want to fly with someone in a wing, or whatever they're called in Odyssey now, always turn on your wing beacon. Otherwise they may not find you. Yeah, okay, where else in the solar system shall we fly to? Cool, I've got the wing request. You should be coming in now. In Super Cruise. Right, I'm flying off to somewhere nearby. We could go to Saturn, we could go to Uranus, how you pronounce it. Joking aside, obvious joke in the world, but it's somehow still funny. Let's go to Neptune, because that's not really covered very much. And the more mysterious places in the solar system. Obviously we've just seen like Hubble images and the Voyager 2 pictures. Those are pretty spectacular though, I think. Yeah, no, absolutely, Kit. I do agree. It's something that is easily forgotten, isn't it? If you're flying by yourself for a while, flying with others, yeah. But it's one of those things that you pick up again, yeah. Once you remember the drill, it's like, oh yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's also interesting that in the solar system, sort of version they've got in Elite Dangerous, it's not just the major planets, it's also the dwarf planets. Like Sedna, as it showed there. We're going to be cruising for a while, so let's go back to the system there to show what I mean. Because obviously Pluto is considered to be a dwarf planet these days. If we zoom in a bit closer, Pluto and Charon, how you pronounce it, Charon possibly. But yeah, then you've got all these like Orcus and various other bodies that are named often after creatures, things in mythology, but like Persephone, obviously mythological. Actually, that's quite a large body, isn't it? Because I don't think I've ever been out there. Yeah, cool. No atmosphere, water geysers. 1.95 G. That's pretty substantial. Not like record-breaking substantial, but compared to all the other outer system worlds, yeah, it's pretty big. Yeah, it looks alright. The rest of them seem quite sort of standard, you know, outer system ice worlds. I mean, there's so many ice worlds in Elite. I think I get the impression like the most common body of any kind in Elite, other than stars themselves, is, like I said, the most common stars is the Class N red dwarf. Which is the galaxy I think is mostly made up of them, statistically more than any other class of star. And then for planets, I think like ice worlds or rocky worlds are always the most common because, you know, there's just so many material. When planets form, those are the ones that are always the most common. I mean, you say that Elite does tend to try and stick by the sort of what's understood to be the laws of planetary formation. Obviously, in real life, our understanding is actually getting, you know, it's getting improved all the time. But I do think that overall Frontier have done a very good job of it, because even like a planet that you've never, obviously, system you've never been to, or no one's been to before, it's going to completely RNG generate it from scratch. But then it will be based upon certain understood sort of laws of planetary formation, or at least sort of what's understood to be sort of the way that planets form these days. Yeah, that's the thing. Neptune has this very thin ring against the resource extraction site. It's barely visible. We're getting close to it now, but I'll fly close to the ring. Just for... Oh, you can see it now. There it is. It's very thin. You can barely see it, but... Even with distance, look, got little ring arcs. Yeah, you can... Here it is. But yeah, Neptune... It's an odd-looking one. It's a sort of almost welcoming blue. It's quite a pretty world. Obviously the light of the star is very dim out here, hence the reflection is also, you know, pretty low. But you can see, I mean, I'm going to drop out to have a bit more of a look, but I won't drop into the ring again. Just keep doing that ad infinitum, but I think I'll drop out here, it'll be easier. Yeah, but right, here we go. A true blue planet indeed. It's not quite as bright as you see in the Hubble or Voyager images. But it's still good though. I mean, it's still quite well simulated. It's still a very pretty world. It's... What category gas giant is this again? I forget the categorization. Is this category 2 or 3? I think it's 4. That's the one that's quite rare. I will have to check that out, but it looks nice. It goes to the side, you can see the rings. We're above the rings. Oh, is that Andrew Linton just dropping out somewhere? Yeah, there's his trail. Aha, there he is. Welcome indeed. Welcome, welcome. If anyone's out there in FleetCon, feel free to join us. If you're not already friends with me or Commander Linton, send me a friend request and you can be here with us, and it could be good fun. But yeah, a lot of people are, not everyone, but a lot of people are already sort of FleetCon members in Elite, so that's cool. I'm just going to quickly check about the gas giant. There we are, Commander Andrew Linton in his Orca. Yeah, awesome. Hello, Commander 07. But yeah, this is the outer reaches of the solar system, and it is a beautiful place. Let's have a quick look again. And this is done very nicely, I think. If we zoom in again. Class 1 or Jovian gas giant. Okay, that's a Class 1. Uranus is a Class 1, as is Saturn. Okay, interesting. And so is Jupiter. I thought there'd been different categories, but I'm not 100% sure what the classification is based upon. Intriguing though. It says locations 1 human, assuming that's actually Iapetus. No. Unless there's, maybe there's a tourist beacon in orbit. It's probably that, isn't it? But yeah, it's interesting enough. It's a pretty place. I have to land somewhere. Maybe in this solar system, maybe in another one. I think Uranus is much nearer to the sun. Have a lot brighter sort of brighter light upon it. Yeah. See what other tourist beacons and things exist locally. But this is the thing, see, like Triton, permit locked. Now this is not common, as I say. I can't think of another planet that only the planet itself is actually permit locked. Usually in the entire star system they're going to planet lock anything. Oh, that was it, Conjoint Mathematics Services. Let's go there, actually. I think that's a space station, actually. That was the one. Void Opal hotspot. We're not really equipped for mining, but okay, Commander Linton. I'm going to be flying off to Conjoint Mathematics Services. So let's fly off that way. This is the thing, if you're in a wing with anybody, those people who've not flown in wings before, it does allow you to keep track of the other person quite easily. So that even if you're in a different star system, you can see it on the map, and so then you can sort of track them down or catch up with them. And then within the star system, they're quite easy to find as well. But yeah, you can easily tell. That's a good thing. I mean, for anyone who goes out, especially on expeditions, that's usually the way of getting someone down to the same planetary sort of, not just location, but the same instance. Because this is the thing: anyone who's played, you know, PvP kind of games or any kind of, you know, player games, you've always got a situation, especially that you don't necessarily get into the same instance even if you're in the same place as somebody in multiplayer games. That can happen, and in Elite, yeah, that has often been a problem. Heard some superficial reports that Odyssey might have improved a bit in this regard, but I don't think anyone's done any sort of detailed sort of work on it, or extensive, I should say. There've been some meetup that seem to have gone quite well, but then again, the same thing can't be said for Horizons once upon a time. But Horizon got worse over time. It's one of those sort of weird situations. It's one of the complexities of Elite. You know, instancing at one point was very straightforward, then it became less so over time. Yeah, this is Conjoint Mathematics Services. I'm going to assume some kind of like huge supercomputer in space by the looks of it. Yeah, places like this look like they're quite fun for racing. I just crashed into the side of the station. Hear the warning. Use my thrusters for once. Yeah, too busy looking at the outside rather than what I was doing. 2-ship mass jump, yes indeed. Oh, that's another thing that's fun if you've never done it. It's like at least 2 ships, preferably the more the merrier, but it's always cool when you get people that you're like jumping into which space at the same moment. A mass jump, it's really cool. We'll do a bit of that later on, especially we've got more people But yeah, with 2 people you can do it as well. This is an interesting station because you've got all these sort of lights up on it, but you've also got these sort of outer, I don't know if we call them maybe outer sort of bases within the same structure, outer sort of terminals or something. Because say if it's supposed to be mathematical services, you would have thought it would have been mostly a computer, so maybe that's what it is, it's a giant space computer. Let's see what else we have here. I don't think you can fly through here that I'm aware of. I'm pretty sure this won't open. Yeah, it won't. Haha. Cool, fair enough. See what else we've got here. See who else is hanging about. These are all NPCs, I'm assuming, anyway. Yeah, they are, aren't they? Soul nationalists? Yeah. It'd be a strange life this far out in the solar system. So little sunlight, but then again, that's about that space for you, isn't it? Yeah, sometimes it's amusing to look at the different NPCs out there, because some of them have got some quite wacky names. Yeah, obviously your wingman is in blue. The sort of neutral NPCs here are in that sort of yellowy orange colour in the middle of the display, you see, with the radar. They turn red, that means they're aggressive, hostile. And if they're green, they're usually on your side or friendly of some kind. Yep. And blue, someone literally in the same wing. As Andrew Linton is right there. He's 2 kilometers away from me, so he's probably the other side of the space station. Yeah, it's quite dark here. It's very easy to like not see things in here. What shields are for though. Yeah, I do have lights on this thing, but I suppose that's where you can also turn on night vision. That's night vision. As you can see, the whole structure lights up, as you expect. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Huh? It's slightly surreal looking, but I think it's pretty nice. I think on these sort of space structures it kind of does work a bit better. On surfaces it can look good sometimes, but yeah, it's pretty nice. Obviously sometimes it's a challenge if, before they introduce night vision as a thing in Italy, to actually land on these sort of very dark worlds and you have very little in the way of sunlight. I think there was one expedition that I actually organised, and so just for fun as a challenge as well, to pick a planet to land on to meet them, that was orbiting a was it a white dwarf or a black hole? I think it was a black hole actually, and basically there was no starlight in the star system. It was just basically like, I mean, from the main star, the main sun, there was literally only starlight there, so it was incredibly dark. But yeah, some bases are potentially better for racing than others. Like there's that sort of conduit through the main body of the station. That looks like it might be quite fun. I forget how wide this spacecraft is sometimes, because it is obviously it's quite sort of, it's not very long, the Cobra family, but a spacecraft, but you know they are fairly kind of wide in proportion, sort of wedge shape really. But yeah, it's an interesting place. I like the chatter in the background you can hear from other spaceships. The NPCs just talking to each other. But I mean, it's verisimilitude, you know, as in fiction, to try and make things seem more real by adding little details like that. You know? It's good though. It's good. Yeah, take night vision away and all of a sudden it's much more dim, much harder to see. Who's scanning me? Oh, there's a new one. Ascout has a map called Trickster. Okay, fair enough. Ah, Federal Security Services have arrived. The cavalry is here. Don't know if they'll do anything or not. Sometimes they start shooting at them. Both the pirates usually have to open up first. I do mean in terms of guns, not open up emotionally. This isn't a counselling service. Space counselling service. Yeah, close quarters it's probably wise to just choose your thrusters or adjustments rather than just rely on the main thrust of the spacecraft. It's cool though, it's all good. How's the sound level out there? Hope one doesn't obscure the other. Obviously you can hear what I'm saying enough to write back, so yeah, thank you. But anyone who's just come into the stream, welcome. I am Commander Yannick, and this is the slightly interrupted at this point 12-hour live stream for Ukraine, raising money for the Red Cross. And thank you to anyone who's donated so far. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's an interesting looking place. There's lots of these locations, like the random space station with interesting sort of facilities throughout Elite. Some of them are like space docks with like giant capital ships in them. Some of these look very commercial or even like scientific research stations. There's all kinds of unusual things hanging around in different places. I mean, sometimes they're not necessarily obvious that they're there until you come across, because they're not on the system map probably. Only the major stations are, you know, ones you can dock with. But these sort of minor ones are often only available once you actually look more closely onto your nav panel on the left here. Like if I'm going to look down, where's where we are with Magnetic Services. If I scan down a bit more, there's a few more places that are of interest. Some of them these are on the surface as well, not just in space. But some of them are as well. Like a Delphi control chapter around Pluto. Now I think that might be another space station also orbiting around an outer planet. Yeah, there's a lot of actually you can see tourist beacons here as well, like relocate second terraforming attempt. President Halsey shows a vision. That was a quite recent one in terms of like the history of the game's recent years, as it were, because this is supposed to be the year, what is it, 3306 now? 8? I've lost track completely what the year's supposed to be. I do know this, 3308? Yeah, whatever it was anyway. Yeah, I should know this off the top of my head, but I do not. I think it might be 08 because it was 2014, the end of 2014 that it was launched, and that was 3300. So yeah, thanks, Kit Austin. Yeah, exactly 3308. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, the solar system is actually quite packed with different facilities, you know, space stations, just things generally, really. There's the system nav beacon, notable presidents. Yeah, there's lots of interesting stuff here. Pilot's Memorial. Actually, this is interesting because I'm going to look at this just as out of, you know, general interest. Something I had not actually personally visited yet, because I think Frontier changed this a while ago for, is it maybe 6 months ago or so, from like individual memorials, tourist beacons out in the galaxy, to like these sort of collective ones, which I'll fly towards. Yeah, I'll let Andrew Linton catch up slightly. That's what he'll catch up with me anyway. So yeah, now I've cleared mass lock, I will now fly away to the pilot's memorial. But yeah, I think these memorials, as I say, originally were tourist beacons that were tributes to individual people, real world players of Elite who had passed away, or someone very close to the person who was a player who had passed away. And the person would usually like write to Frontier and petition them for a tourist beacon as a sort of permanent memorial in game to them, which I thought was very touching. And it was cool, but I think they've been all amalgamated now into these sort of alphabetical pilot memorials, hence they're in Seoul. But yeah, this is actually might not be the first time I visited. Like I did visit them once before, but it is nonetheless interesting, and I do think it is a. I mean, obviously, if you had a tourist beacon before and you don't have any more, then it can be a bit disappointing. But I think overall, it's good to still memorialise people in game, because this is a very vibrant community. I mean, there's a few million people, about 3 to 4 million people who actually own Elite in some form or the other, in console and on PC as well. But overall, it's like so many people have played this, and it's got the most amazing, sort of inventive and vibrant community, and probably the nicest community I've ever encountered in any kind of game environment, really. I mean, I have friends of mine who aren't really Elite players who've just like seen some of my videos or other people's videos and stuff, and sort of watched it a bit, think that's actually quite an amazing community and the nicest one they've ever seen. So yeah, that's pretty amazing when you hear stuff like that from outsiders. But that's one of the things that sort of keeps people, I think, playing, is the community. Because if it was just, let's say, a single-player game or very limited multiplayer, and I think Elite might have died a death a fair few years ago. But in many ways, as it being a sort of, MMO, game, it has actually kept people engaged and kept people here, doing their thing. And I've been myself in some quite amazing communities out there. Not all of them are around forever, but some of them have been surprisingly long-lasting. And I've met some genuinely amazing people, not just in this virtual world, but also in person in some cases. I think some people are aware of Frontiers Expo in 2017, which seems now like it was a lifetime ago, called FX17, which quite a few people attended, and I can't remember the exact numbers, probably several hundred. It seemed like thousands, but maybe I don't know the exact numbers of it. But it was really cool because most of the all the community managers were there. Some of the developers giving talks. Braben himself gave a talk. He announcing some new stuff. It was really cool. And that kind of face-to-face interaction is kind of priceless as well. Sort of, for the various groups who've never maybe met each other in real life and things like that, really. But I think Frontier would be well advised to do something like that again. There's things like LaveCon run by the cool people at Lave Radio. That's another sort of real-world sort of games meeting, but not taking anything away from that. The slightest. It's great that they do that, but it would be also awesome that if Frontier themselves did one, because to be fair, it isn't just for Elite, even though Elite's their biggest title still. There were lots of other things like Jurassic World and Planet Coaster and there are other titles. But that's why it was hence the Frontier Expo. But yeah, Frontier, if you're listening, bring it back. It was a really good idea and it was really cool. And people still talk about it to this day. So it's a very good way of helping me, because it helps people understand each other as well, the community, the developers, and vice versa as well. I think that time I was actually sort of repping for my then gaming group faction called CCN, the Colonia Citizens Network. Colonia being the sort of secondary bubble of humanity out in the galaxy. But yeah, that was pretty awesome time. Yeah, it's about 5 years ago. It seems like about 20 years ago now. The pandemic may have actually altered our perception of time somewhat. Dearie me. But yeah, I've yet to go to LaveCon, and I know Lave Radio people and they're cool. But yeah, it's slightly out the way, but it does seem like one of those sort of really great community organised events. Right, here we are. It's the memorial is in orbit of Earth itself, so that's a good place to put it. Yeah, sometimes I like to keep the planet that I'm travelling near off to one side so I can sort of see it, keep it longer in my view. So that's when you can see the sort of settlements, you know, the lights of the cities and, yeah, towns while you're orbiting the Earth. Obviously, it's like, you know, it's very similar when you look up the window of an aircraft, just more extreme. So you see, like the ISS videos as well, when you see like the Earth falling away beneath you as you fall away as well, as you orbit the place. It is amazing. I mean, to be on the ISS or any kind of space station or spacecraft orbiting the Earth would be amazing. I mean, who knows? I mean, it's not likely I'll end up in space in my lifetime, but it'd be wonderful if it ever became within the reach of the average Joe. To experience it once would be unspeakably awesome. Okay, here we go. About to come out of Supercruise. Check the night vision to see if it's proper colours. I see there's 4 of the memorials in alphabetical order together. I'll have a scroll through them just to get a general idea. They're interesting, these things. They're sort of, yeah. All the devices floating there in the void. Okay, let's scan them and see what's what. Oh, don't tell me the thing is frozen. Actually, yes. It's logged into a different one. It doesn't matter. I'm just looking at it for. Yeah, exactly. Cool. M to R Memorial Soul. Yeah. Remembering those lost to us in life in the knowledge that they will live forever amongst the stars. Yeah. Beautiful, really. I know there are other games that have also memorialized people. But yeah, there's something quite beautiful about floating amongst the stars. Yeah. I think all of us at heart would always wish for a more peaceful world where this list doesn't grow any longer than it has to. Encouraging obviously the peaceful exploration of space. It is a genuinely beautiful thing here among space, and the background of the Earth and the galaxy. Actually, I'm going to fly over to the other side of it so I can get to the other side of it so we can get the Earth in the frame, and then see the memorials up against the background. You hear the humming of them in the background. One of the reasons I was trying so hard to get the sound for the game back on earlier, because there is some wonderful sound effects and sound design in Elite. Actually, I think it's one of those things, no matter what people's views and preferences of Elite actually are everybody universally agrees that the sound is absolutely amazing, and like it's one of some of the best sound design in any game that I've ever heard. You know, a lot of it's not obvious, but that's what makes it interesting. Like the Thargoid sound being made by a bassoon and being processed, and that's pretty interesting. Yeah. Oh, that's a good shot. With the earth beneath and the memorials, you know, off to the side. Let's pull out a bit further. Yeah, that's another sort of a wonderful. But you see the little lens flare going on as well from the sun on the right hand side. Yeah, and the humming of them in the background. I think in real life, actually, some people have been sort of memorialized in space. In not the same ways, there's been different ways. I think it wasn't. Some of the Star Trek people have actually had like their ashes crunched down into cubes and then thrown into space. I think Gene Roddenberry definitely has been. I think one of the other actors and writers did the same as well. Also of interest, on the moon, I think Apollo 15 it was, actually left a memorial called the Fallen Astronaut to, at that time, all the astronauts and cosmonauts who had perished in the exploration of space. I think at the time, was it the crew of, I can't remember which Soyuz it was it Soyuz 11 or 12, or, which the one that basically depressurized before re-entry, and unfortunately all the crew died. I think that was slightly just before Apollo 15, so I think NASA sort of changed some of their procedures about docking. You had to wear spacesuits when you were docking and undocking, just in case of accidental depressurization, so they wouldn't suffer the same grisly fate as those poor guys on Soyuz did. But this memorial, yeah, it memorialized, I think Dave Scott, the commander of Apollo 15, left it on the moon at their landing site. It was made by, I think it was an American artist, but yeah, it sort of memorialized all those early spacefarers in a sort of, yeah, in a very sort of, you know, artistic kind of way, and it's no doubt still there. Because I think the actual sculpture, as it was sort of made out of light metal, so it's probably going to be there for eternity, just sitting there in the dust of the Apennine mountain range on the moon. Because literally, obviously, Apollo 15 did land in the sort of, technically the foothills, I suppose, of these huge lunar mountains. And then did this amazing sort of landing before obviously skimming across the mountains and flying between two mountains on the way down. It's quite extraordinary. I'll actually show it later, because the simulation of it is just fantastic. You don't quite understand the angle of attack and how close they're sort of skimming these mountains, and to actually then land at their landing site in the foothills. It's quite amazing. You'll see what I mean later on. But yeah, it was genuinely beautiful, genuinely sort of amazing, like balls to the wall kind of piloting. You know, you're flying in this incredibly fragile spacecraft, that was almost like fragile as aluminium foil would be. Almost literally. It had very, very little sort of strength because it didn't have to be, because it was flying in a vacuum to the moon, you know. It's flying in 0G all the time, so it didn't have to be that strong. It just had to be light and withstand the forces of landing. But yeah, to fly that in a vacuum between two mountains, skimming one of the mountains as well, it's just like, that takes courage. Definitely one of the most amazing piloting feats probably of all time. Hell, even in like the 34th century of the Elite universe, that would still be considered to be a very ballsy thing to do. Now that's an awesome thing. Yeah, I mean, I think Kit Austin referred to it earlier. The Apollo 15 expedition was the most recent one that I was involved in, and he was there as well. But yeah, it was to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Apollo 15, and a wonderful time it was. Cool. I think we best move on. Let's have a quick look if there's anything left in the solar system that's of interest or intrigue that we haven't looked at. Obviously not everything is interesting, but yeah, something that's actually kind of cool. The tankers are recently interested in Carl Sagan class traveller. Yeah. I suppose we could maybe go to Mercury. Oh yeah, that's a good one actually, isn't it? That Kit, didn't you do the circumnavigation of Mercury? And that was pretty amazing actually. I mean, in the those of you who don't know the Elite sort of universe in detail, there's this little sort of rover that we use called the SRV, and it's quite fun to drive. I think it goes as fast as it like 50 meters a second as far as something like that. It's yeah, and for a wheeled sort of vehicle, it's actually pretty rapid. But yeah, it's but he went around the entire planet in this small vehicle, and that's a feat of endurance. That's a genuinely impressive feat of endurance, because it took him a while. How long was it? Yes, 15,300 kilometers, 40 days. Now, hats off. I do not have the patience to spend 40 days going around in an SRV. Oh, wow. I'm going to say, if anyone who is watching wishes to join us, please do. If we have enough people joining who haven't got FleetCom access, we could go into open. That's not really a problem for this. Usually I'm kind of wary of flying in open, but at the moment I don't really mind so much, you know. For the squadron, indeed, exactly. I'll explain. Myself and Kit are a member of a squadron called the Mercury 7 Explorers, sort of founded from a group of people who took part in something called the Mercury 7 expedition, which was still quite a substantial sort of trip. And if you look at the galactic maps in Elite of where commanders have been, you can still trace the route of it. It was one of the Elite's early sort of group exploration expeditions. And yeah, it was the first one I organised as well. It was an amazing time, but it just sounded cool, because obviously Mercury 7 named after the Mercury 7 astronauts, the first American spacefarers, in that tiny, tiny little Mercury capsule, which is kind of remarkable. You look at that and Soyuz in the same period of time, and you think, how did they fly around the Earth for like even like days at a time in this thing? It's just like, it must have been pretty uncomfortable. But I suppose it's the thrill of the unknown as well, isn't it? It must have been amazing to be one of the first people to look out the window and see the Earth there, and then see the stars and everything that's around, really. Right, okay, cool. Yeah, if anyone wants to do in the chat, do say so if you wish to join us. I was thinking, actually, Kit, of doing Mount Everest at Nervi. Even if it's just you and me at the moment, more people will probably join us anyway. So I've been meaning to do that for a long time. Again, I think I did it once before, but I think it was just me and somebody else. It was, but yeah, there was a couple of us who sort of did it. This was like a long time ago. But yeah, it's basically the biggest mountain that we are aware of in Elite Dangerous, and it is insane. I hope I'm spelling this right. Nervy. I think that's the right system anyway. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. Oh yeah. It's Nervy 3, isn't it? Just double checking. I'll go to the wrong system by mistake. Yeah, it's Nervy 3, I'm pretty sure. Nervy 3A, that's it, yeah. Right, let us go. I think the mountain is actually not as big as it once was, but it's still big enough anyway. Yeah. Still, it's an interesting place to travel to, and yeah, I don't think it's been deleted yet, as far as I'm aware. Obviously, there was the sort of the worry about the new DLC in Odyssey. Right, okay. Actually, I'll have to make sure I've got my SRV on me before we do anything else, or alternatively change to a spacecraft that actually has it. Yeah. This is the thing, owning so many spacecraft. It does happen. Actually, this one doesn't have. I don't think I left it in. I don't think I have one. No, I do not. Which is a pain. Oh no, I do actually. So Planetary Vigwahang. Yes, I do. Haha. There it is. 4G. So I completely missed that. Okay. So if that's the case, let's fly to Nervy 3A. How many jumps is it for me? Only 3 jumps. That's fine. Okay, let's point that direction and I'll do our little mass jump from the outside. Okay, it's spool up then. We might as well make a jump of it. Okay. Ready to engage. And let's throttle up and engage now. I'm at maximum throttle. Yeah, with 2S it doesn't matter quite as much, but it's for bigger groups I always do a countdown. That's just usually the way. Someone designated who's like, you know, jump leader. And counts everybody else down. Best way to get everyone synced up, you see, for jumping, if you're going to make a mass jump. But yeah, there's only 2 of us, so. I think this is the show's, obviously there's various different things you can do and be in Elite, different sort of roles you can take on, you know, like miner, explorer, combateer, bounty hunter, etc. I've mostly been in explorer. I've done pretty much everything else at one point or the other, but exploration is the main thing that I do. But it's just like a standard sort of reflex action muscle memory. Every system I go to, I always discovery scan it. Just yeah, it's hardwired into me. Even if I've been to a system before, I'll just do it by reflex. Yeah, you see the scanner there, and then it shows how many orbital plane established, body 16. When I go into a new system, it's usually outside the bubble where, you know, there's more undiscovered systems. I'm more like to sort of have a look around and scan things and see what's what in the system. Sometimes you can get a great deal of money actually from scanning various bodies, especially terraform ones. I scan them anyway, often just for interest. finding the unknown and whatnot. That's why you explore, because it's interesting. Yeah, the witch space animation I've always liked because it's kind of interesting, and the sound effects are particularly sort of intriguing. Yeah, if anyone's in FleetCon right now and you wish to join us, please do. Yeah, we're going to Nervy 3A, which I will show you on the map. I think Mount Neverest is one of those places that's actually viewable from orbit. Welcome to anyone who's just joined. I'm Commander Yannick, and this is the 12-hour charity stream raising money for the Ukrainian appeal of the Red Cross. I'm glad you could join us. If you wish to donate, there is the QR code on the screen on the right. Or alternatively, you can go to the About section of this channel and click the button there, which will also take you hopefully to the same place, which is Just Giving, to make your donation. And thank you for everyone who's donated and everyone who's thinking about it and will do it at some point, because as I say, that I'm going to keep the donation up and running for, well, I think at least for the rest of the day anyway. I think it's open for a few days afterwards. I'll have to check that again. I did one of these before for India coronavirus about best part of a year ago, I think. But yeah, obviously it's urgently needed, so I will send it within the next few days. Probably no later than about 48 hours after the stream actually ends. Yeah, I'm going too fast. I might have to gravity brake with this one. Yeah, I think I probably will. Coming in too fast. Faster than the speed of light. Actually, it seems to have gravity braked for me. I think it's the gas giant. It has a large gravitational field. Plus it's on, Nervy 3A is on the other side of the gas giant anyway. So fair enough, yeah. How's everyone doing out there? What are you all up to? I mean, I know Kit's playing with me now, but everybody else. It's all good, it's all good. It's interesting how every spacecraft has quite different characteristics. Even those are the same family, like the Cobra 3 and 4 have like similar but different characteristics, and same thing with the Cobra 3 and 4. I think in earlier elites, in Elite, 2 and 3, there was a Cobra Mark 1. It was surprisingly a bit smaller than the 3, and it was quite a good sort of early game spacecraft. As far as I remember, it's like one of the kind of best bang for your buck spacecraft in the early game that was quite affordable, but would like make you, because trading was one of the main things with that version of the game. It was to get money. Yeah, trading was the main thing, and yeah, that would be a good way of starting it. Oh, this is Nervy generally. This is one of those lovely little sort of ice worlds that you can see the canyon formations even from afar. Yeah, I do like a good canyon. I won't deny it. Here we go. Here we go. Right, I can't remember the exact coordinates, but I think that might be it ahead. I'm going to go once around the planet just to make sure, because I'm not 100% certain, having not been here for a very long time. Is that... that's a mountain, but I don't think that's the one. It should probably stick out like a slot. Actually, if it's in the darkness, that might make it more interesting, I suppose. We shall see, we shall see. Yeah, this sort of angle is actually quite good for scouting, so you can like see a good proportion of the planet. Yeah, I do wonder if it's actually in darkness at the moment. Might not be so good. Actually, I'm not sure what the planetary coordinates actually are. I was assuming just look up like a sore thumb. Is it the last time I was here? Yeah, I think I looked up the specific coordinates. I should probably have done that now. Yeah. If you find it before me, Kit, do let me know. Can't find it. To be fair, it's not the biggest of worlds, but some of those canyons do look pretty cool actually. Then again, we probably are going to much later on, so yeah. Trying to find the coordinates if there are any out there. Okay, here we are. Coordinates are 21. 112, okay. I think it might be in the darker side of the planet, yeah. Trying to like manually coordinate run this, but 21,112. Speed up a bit and get this quicker. I could go to the thing, but I'm probably not going to do that. Okay, I'm going to stop now. It should be nearby. I've actually overrun slightly. But it should be somewhere within visual range, I would think. Problem is, night vision won't help at this distance. It's somewhere around here, though. It should be bleeding obvious. I might have to turn my gamma up a lot more to get it seen. nice suspense. I don't want to have to fiddle around with the settings. It feels a bit wrong to do that. If you can see it, Kit, let me know. That's interesting. I just seen a screenshot that said it was something that was the different coordinates. Okay, it's interesting. Oh, sorry. No, you're talking about three-dimensional coordinates of the system. I thought I was talking about the coordinates of the mountain. Right. Okay. Yeah, I probably should probably just descend actually and see if we can find it. There'll be an adventure looking for it anyway. Don't worry, kid. It's easily confused. Actually, yeah. If we just go down vertically, it's going to take too long if I do it this way. If I super cruise down vertically, it should probably help, or near vertically, until I actually hit the upper axe, not the upper axe. Okay. Right, so yeah, I'm basing this like on a screenshot that I can see from somebody else. Yeah, it should be 21,112. Okay, I'm slightly off. 21,115. Damn, I can't see a thing. This is an interesting challenge, trying to find the mountain in the dark and then climb the mountain in the dark. It's probably slightly easier because you're attached to said mountain. Ah, maybe that's it there. I can see a big... Yeah, I can see a huge shadow ahead. See if the night vision can pick it up. Ah, there we are. I think this might be it here. I think this is it, actually. I think we may have found it. Right, I'm going to fly around it for a bit just to confirm, but I think this is the body. Yeah, night vision works at this distance. So. Yay for night vision. Silhouette of it I could see though, it's like, there's no stars there, so yeah, that must be it. Yeah, it's pretty big. Let's fly to the top of it to see what the altitude is. I think I know, but allegedly I think in some of even the Horizons modifications it's not as high as it used to be. So obviously I think when it first started, Mount Everest was actually above, you know, the level of, what's it called again, the Terminator at the top, when you actually enter descent and into glide. Yeah. It's pretty high. This is how you measure a mountain. You get to the top of it, and then you fly at the same altitude as the top until you find a sort of flat piece of ground, or one that's sort of sea level, inverted commas, or the sort of base level of the planet, as it were. That's how you determine the height of anything. I should really have bought my Orca as well. That's so much better at boost than this. This isn't bad at boosting, it's just like that one can outrun most things. Apart from actual racing ships. But yeah, it's good. Right, okay. Well, this looks pretty good anyway. So yeah, let's get to the actual top part, actually. If we can land on it, we can just drive off the thing. I don't know if we can land on it, but we shall soon find out. Actually, is that mount over there taller, or is it the same size? Is that the higher one? I don't know. It looks like it might be higher, actually. Or is that the same? It's a peak of the same mountain. Just was this is a sort of false summit. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good point, Kit. For the coordinates, I was just trying to do it kind of, you know, by like rough flying. Just a dead reckoning, really, based upon the direction I was flying in. But yeah. Yeah, this looks like it is slightly higher, but I don't know if we can land up there, so. Cool. Okay, let's see if there's any landing spots up here. Don't know, it might be. Might be flat enough. Won't know until I try, I suppose. This isn't the biggest of ships, so it might work. I think the Orca's slightly bigger, but that's more to do with landing pad size. Unless I mean you can't land on somewhere up here. Okay, this doesn't look good actually. Maybe if I fly around a bit more, it will reveal its secrets to me. Yeah. No, it's not looking amazing for this. Let's fly down a bit lower. Maybe this section here looks a little bit flatter. It's all relative, it's still like quite steep, but it's like relatively flatter. Still at a steep angle. Now this looks like it might be possible. This is a challenge in itself. Trying to find a viable landing spot. Extreme mountaineering with ships. As you do. Yeah, showing no signs of complying. Ooh, I think I just hit the side. Not ideal. Doesn't damage the shields too much though. Doesn't damage the spacecraft. Yeah, it might be wiser to go where you are over there and try and land near the peak itself rather than on a sort of side area. Even though it's a bit smoother, it's still quite steep. That's the thing is, a lot of these landing computers are very picky about where they land. One of the few advantages actually of Odyssey is that it is easier to find a landing spot. Ah, bingo. I think I might have one. Haha. Okay, I'll try and land here. It's going to be a landing spot for that Orca. It's not going to be as easy. It's because of the peak. Having said that, it's not necessarily that bad a spacecraft for landing in. I've found it. Bingo. I suppose that is the advantage of a smaller spacecraft. Yeah. Some canisters nearby. Well. Okay, let's deploy the SRV and see what's what. Who's just joined us? Welcome. I am Commander Yannick, and this is the 24-hour live stream to raise money for the Red Cross for the Ukrainian appeal. Thank you for joining us. Right now, okay, I should really back off a little bit, so I'll let you land. Okay, I'll stay here and watch from the outside. All of these sort of night shots are quite interesting because you can obviously see the thrusters of the spacecraft, you know, and the various lights of the SRV are more obviously sort of illuminated against the darkness. Yeah, it might be a bit of a challenge to get that one down. I mean, this is not the most hospitable terrain, I'll admit. It might have been easier if we landed at the bottom like normal people and go up the mountain. I was like, I suppose it is a challenge in itself doing this, but if you can't find a spot, I'll return to the SRV and we can find a more normal place to land. There he is. This is the thing, sometimes you can land at weird angles in this is true. I think if you're especially an explorer or a racer in this game, you do end up landing in a lot of interesting places and different planets. Some places that you don't think you can land in, and sometimes the place that you do think you can land in, it turns out to be impossible. But such is life. Just the dust being kicked up by the thrusters. All those fusion byproducts coming out. I mean, you can see this body is so small you can see the curvature of it very, very easily from the outside. Or anywhere really, I should say. Okay. I'll try and get closer to you, Kit, actually. Seems like a wise move. Yeah, all these Horizon Zero worlds are, I think, purely RNG generated. I mean, that's where you get sometimes, not all Horizon's worlds are excellent, but most of them have at least a fair amount of variation. Some of the most extreme ones like this are just fantastically either large or absolutely weird in shape and, you know, sheer drop or canyons that are insanely deep or jagged or whatever. I mean, there's some amazing stuff that it produces. Having said that, in real life in the solar system, there's lots of quite extraordinary canyons and bodies out there, you know. See, I might turn the lights off. There's only two of us. Sometimes it slows down these group instances, but in this case it doesn't really that much because there's only two people here. Mm-hmm. Linton Travel. Ooh, just disappeared. Did you just crash or die or something? Because your spacecraft literally just completely disappeared from here. Okay, fair enough. Right. I might actually go down to a more sensible landing zone rather than coming up here, because it's just a bit nutty otherwise. It's probably unrealistic to expect many ships to be able to land in this terrain. I think I was lucky to be able to find the spot that I did. Oh, your colour scheme was awry. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, I think I'll return to like a lower base camp, as it were, because I think it is just, it's a bit nutty to try and get a landing spot up here. It's just, I don't think the landing computers like it. The smaller ships can just about get in. Anything that's sort of medium or above, you know, I don't think that's going to be a thing. So yeah, I'll fly down to somewhere in the valley. Right, back in old King Cobra. It's the lights of where I am now, and yeah, actually let's go on to night vision instead. Okay, right, cool. I'll have to bring you back into the wing as well. It's still on. I'm sure my wing beacon's still on, actually. Yeah, it's still on, so that's cool. Right, now is the matter of finding somewhere applicable. I still got to do the height measurement. So this is, I think this is the tallest point here, and from here on I'll measure it to the valley below. Right. Yeah. I wonder what the record for climbing this place is. It's got to be pretty long. I mean, it can't be a short climb. This is the thing. If you explore a lot, you end up climbing a lot of mountains in the lead, and it can be illusionary, the scale of them. I mean, sometimes you look at things like, that's not that far, or it's not that high, it's not that big, and then you climb it, and then like half an hour later, you're barely anywhere like up at all. You know, it can be. It's less bad with other people. If you're doing it in a group, it's always easier and more fun. But especially if you're by yourself, it can just seem insanely long. Not all mountains are that tall, but a lot of them are. Is this the highest peak of all? I think it is. The utmost peak in this, the biggest mountain in Elite Dangerous. Actually, I'm gonna pause myself here for a second and not crash into the mountain. I don't think I can actually land here, but alright. I don't know which direction is best, but I will just go forward anyway. But I'll keep it this height because this is the height of the mountain. And then, as often, again, this is another sort of scouting technique for an explorer. If you're looking for landing zones for your expedition or for future use. Kilometers, 30, 14. 18, sorry, 16, 17, sorry. 18. 19. 20. Still dropping oil. 21. 22. 24. I think it's about 30 kilometers high or something. But we'll soon discover. 25. 'And welcome to anyone who has just joined us. I'm Commander Yannick, and we are raising money on this 12-hour epic live stream for the Ukrainian appeal of the Red Cross. Thank you for any donations. Right, 31 kilometers, and it's probably static now, so I think I'll call that, at least at this angle. I don't know the exact height, but it's 31 seems like a pretty tall one. I'm trying to think what the next tallest one I've ever found is. 20 plus? Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Okay. Maybe that's where Commander Linton was. I think that's where I've just come from. Okay, great. I disappeared anyway. Fair enough. I'll try and land somewhere here. We are a fair distance away. So it's 31 kilometers up. We're probably... Yeah, I should probably actually be more sensible and land nearer. I'll make sure I got my bearings right for this one. I could resort to various things, but at the moment I think I'll just leave it actually. When I say things, I mean like external websites and other calculating devices. See, look, just the curvature of this place as well. See, look, the mountain, you can see it against the silhouetted against the dark sky. That's the curvature of the planet, the moon, as it were. And then, bingo, it just comes up. Now, to be like where the base camp should be is probably somewhere I'm pointing vaguely. Again, if I see it in the light, it'd be much easier. I seem to be unreachable. Okay, that's interesting. Not any particular situation should stop it. Turn my beacon off and on, just so that make any difference. But you should be able to reach me. I'm in the same... I'm still in FleetCom, I think. I could try and relog and see what happens, but... okay, what I will do is I will go back to the menu and then come back in again. Sorry about this, people. Sometimes the game does need a bit of a rest in its own little way. And I exit to the main menu and back out again. Okay, I'm going to go back in to FleetCom. Oh, okay, fair enough. I've relogged anyway into where we were. I mean, a little bit further away, but I'm near Mount Everest. Okay, fair enough. Night vision back on. That's the main mountain ahead. I'm pointing about now, main peak, so I'm looking for somewhere that's sort of viably flat. That's not United Land. Actually, wait a minute. It's only just after. This is going to be interesting to see. So it's hard to tell from this angle the exact steepness of it, but I think this may not be entirely flat either. I'll find out at lower altitude. I'm 25 kilometers up, crying out loud, so it shouldn't really be a surprise, should it? Okay, I suspect, looking at this, I may have to go further down. I think the mountain may be taller than 30, I've just not flown far enough away. This looks pretty steep already. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to fly down further. I'm not going to be able to land anywhere near here either. Yeah, mountains aren't usually this big. This is a pretty extreme, the most extreme of all, so I probably shouldn't be so surprised. Yeah, there's maps and everything about like the best routes up here, but I've not really looked on them recently. It's probably best sometimes to have a bit of a challenge, yeah. Famous last words as well, but there you have it. Yeah, it looks pretty rocky still, doesn't it? I mean, it's not a smooth area at all. None of this is pretty smooth, is it? This looks a little bit better than the surrounds, but even then, I'm not liking it. I mean, with a smaller ship, yeah, I probably stand a better chance, but again, I'm looking for a place that I can land potentially multiple ships. Could probably land here. This doesn't look too bad, actually. Yeah, this looks suitably sort of smooth. This little bit here. Yeah, sometimes this can work if you point the ship upwards at an angle. Can be okay. Yeah, I'm at a weird angle, aren't I? that's a ship nearby somewhere. Might be an NPC, I suspect. See, it's kind of weird at 2 meters. According to this, quite a smooth surface. It should be able to be okay, but it's not complying for some reason. So before, the landing computer can be quite weird in the late. Have to go to a lower altitude. A smoother place. This spot here looks like it might be alright. Ah, bingo. Still fairly precarious, this one. I don't like it as a bigger landing site. It's probably not suitable to be a bigger landing site, that's probably it. Yeah, I'm gonna try somewhere else. Oh dearie me. It's not that much of a problem, it's just mildly irritating at most. This is fairly undulating terrain. It's not easy. This looks promising. Yeah, still at a weird angle though, isn't it? It's all relative because this isn't actually flat, it's just flatter than the other area was. Yeah, see, I'm getting positive returns in some places. Again, it's for a very small spacecraft. This area looks a bit more promising. Down in one. Bingo. Okay, see if I can get Andrew Linton back in. Can't find him. Okay, fair enough. Suppose I'll let him know in the chat, might be wise. I think I'll keep inside the spacecraft for a little bit. Makes the most sense. Yeah, I think I'll leave a little message saying, actually I need a break anyways, this seems like a good place to do it. Right, okay. Yeah, that's a good point actually, I'm gonna probably go for a break in about a minute or so. But, because there's not much going on, I think I have to just put up the the usual animation instead to amuse people. Sometimes in space there's something going on, but at the moment on this world there isn't really. But yeah, we'll soon deal with that. Give sort of fun in the background. Pardon me. Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Have a break and have fun until then. See you soon. Maybe my microphone isn't working. Oh, it's working again. Yes, I finally got microphone back. Can you hear me now? Thank you, Commander. Thanks for the follow. Just in time. But yes, thanks for all the follows, bits, SRVs rolling backwards. No. And donations as well that you've made to the Red Cross for today. Thank you everybody who's done that so far. It means a lot to me and a great deal to the people it will benefit. Thank you. Okay, now I do apologise for this, people. It's just as one thing works than the other. It's either desktop audio doesn't work for the game or the microphone doesn't work, and it seems to not have both at the same time for very long. So I've just got to laugh and keep going, really. That's all I can do. Yeah. Thank you, El Crapo. Very kind of you. Cool, right. Now, where we are. Now, the funny thing is, as always, when the microphone goes out, there's a bunch of things that I was saying that I've now forgotten half of what they actually are, but the most important things are that we are here at the foot of Mount Everest, and we finally seem to found a landing zone for ages. I don't know why this was, but I have a small spacecraft, like yours is a small spacecraft as well, but I found a landing zone, landed, switched over from FleetCom to open, and it should have been landed this whole time. I go back and go into open, all of a sudden I'm not landed. It doesn't usually happen. Unless you switch between Horizons and Odyssey, that doesn't happen. So it was just so weird. So I had to find another landing zone somewhere. I couldn't use that one for some reason. And this is a small craft. I couldn't find a spot. It just wouldn't do that. It was so weird. Despite lots of places being really smooth. Something very odd going on today. Anyway. Right. Considering where we are. Do you know what bearing we have to go on to reach where we were? Because I think you've got the app going at the moment and I don't, so. I can probably bring it up quickly if I need to, though. Yeah, this is another thing about scouting out for landing locations for expeditions and racing, what have you. You always got to find your bearings very literally, because everything depends on that. You don't want to go in the wrong direction to find the wrong thing. I'll be logging up as well. It's all good though. I can't complain. I'm only 4 hours out of 12, so doing okay, I think, at this point. Oh yes. Right. Right, where is that thing? Bear with me a second, everybody. The best laid plans of mice and men. Or in this case, Thargoids. Oh, that's another place we can go as well. Thargoid bases. I think that would be fun. But not yet. We're going to have to climb up quite a bit before we actually get there. Right, what's our present coordinates? See, this is how you do it. Present coordinates are 19.7. And our second coordinate is 115.71. 115.71. And where we want to go is 21 by 112. I think that was correct. That sounds about right. Calculate. This is the ED bearing, but if anyone wanted to know. Alright, 289, 290 degrees basically. Right, fair enough. 290 approximately. That's our way to the top. So it's that away, isn't it? I don't know how easy this is going to be, but yeah, the spacecraft will dismiss themselves anyway, so let's get rolling. It'll probably take us a while to climb anyway. Oh, how we love. Yeah, the summit is 21,112, so the bearing should be 289 degrees, 290 degrees. I mean, it's only approximate anyway, so because the chances are we're not going to be able to climb the exact route of the bearing anyway. So yeah, I should really put that in the chat just to remind myself, just in case. Actually, I'll write it down, it'll be easier. Right. Bearing 289 degrees. See, I decided to come to Mount Nervy on the spur of the moment. A lot of my sort of event and expedition related stuff, I usually have like fairly, you know, extensive scouting of an area, with at least a fairly, even at worst, a fairly decent idea of what's going to happen, where, you know, what things I can do there, etc. But this is all a lot. I do have a plan for today, but it's a lot more broad and a lot more spontaneous. Aha, and Elizabeth has overtaken me. It's now a race to the top, I see. Here we go. SRV flying is fun though, I will say. I'm not really a master at it, but I'm not bad, not appalling by any means. Trying to siphon some power away from weapons that I don't actually need. Best traction's usually on 3 hips anyways. Yeah, so we can't really see it that well in the detail until we put the night vision on. This is the thing about mountain climbing, so unless you've got a very particular route in mind, it's not always possible to go the way that you think. Because as lots of things from the air, terrain can look very different than it does on the ground. Stuff that looks really quite easy and smooth can be often a nightmare. You just don't have the perspective that an SRV does. That's usually the way anyway. I mean, even compared to, you know, foot on Odyssey, and that you can't really go as far in if you're running, so you're kind of quite limited to fairly short distances. With an SRV, at least you can actually travel quite considerable distances. Like, if you're trying to climb a mountain like this, let's say in an SRV, let's say a long mountain climb will take you an hour, which it could well do actually. Let's say mountain climb took you an hour. If you're walking that, it's going to take you, what, 10 times as long, probably? Not more, depending on the terrain. You know. I might even be being a bit optimistic there. It's probably closer to 20, isn't it, in reality? Yeah, it's always about using gravity and thrust to your best advantage with trying to fly the SRV, right? There's an art to it. I can't say I perfected that art, but you know. Ooh. If you're in exploration lead at all, you tend to become fairly proficient with SRV driving. Not necessarily in a sort of speed way. Most a lot of people are quite decent racers after a while, but in terms of like terrain and be able to navigate terrain, and do it consistently. Oh, and also another tip, if you're ever climbing mountains, is to repair as you go. Always remember that, repair as you go, because you never know when you're going to lose hull integrity, and if it gets too low, obviously you go boom. In the past we've had people literally like falling down mountains, like rolling like a barrel all the way down, but they kept repairing as they went, so they remained intact all the way down. Hey Lave Radio. Yeah, I mean, we did that. We were trying to do that. We'd take the SRVs all the way to the top, but we couldn't find a landing zone for both our ships. The original plan was we were going to go to the top and try and jump off Mount Nervi, but, you know. So Mount Everest, not Mount Nervi. Mount Everest at Nervi. But yeah, I mean, jumping off mountains is definitely fun. I think in Pomesh I might try that later on, jumping off a mountain, because that's a good place for it. Those of you who've never been to Pomesh 2C, I would recommend it. It is one of the most spectacular and fun places in the whole of Elite. Amazing canyons. I mean, just the best canyons probably in any game ever. It's just so fun. Canyon racing, climbing, etc. Some cool mountains you can jump off of. You don't really climb the mountains there, you just jump off them. I don't know. I mean, we're in Horizon, so I'm not really sure about Odyssey Bend, to be honest. I have heard from other people that the Odyssey Nervi, what was it, 3A, isn't really that good anymore. That Mount Everest has completely disappeared, and that the planet itself is kind of flat. So yeah. Let's say I've not actually been to this place in Odyssey, so I can't tell you for sure. I think if you want entertaining terrain though, like, you mostly have to go to Horizons. I mean, yeah, there's the odd thing in Odyssey that is nice, especially if you're on foot. It always seems much more challenging, but if you're in an SRV, a bit less so. Obviously there's not quite the sort of spectacular, you know, canyons or extreme mountains, but yeah, it's different. I said I quite like the mechanics of the on-foot, you know, walking around planets and stuff in Odyssey. That bit they did get right, I think. The actual way that the you know, the commander moves in a spacesuit and you can run and everything is actually quite well done. So obviously the terrain's my complaint and a lot of other people's, but yeah. I think for a lot of group events you kind of have to default to Horizons though, because most people have Horizons, and maybe only a third of the player base actually has Odyssey. Said before, I'm not like 100% against Odyssey, it's just that I'm more disappointed than anything else. But that's just like, that's something for another time though, the whole, you know, Odyssey Horizons debate, because obviously Odyssey is still evolving and we don't really know what its final configuration is going to be. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a long mountain climb. Part of the reason that we decided to go to Mount Everest is that I hadn't done it for years, and you know, it seemed like a worthwhile challenge of an epic stream. Because like we've got time. Okay, you'll be in Odyssey tonight. That's fine. That's not a problem. I've got Odyssey, so that's cool. Andrew Linton is here. Otherwise known as Kit Oslin to most people. That's probably a much more famous name in Elite generally. Like, depending on the time that you look at the standings, either the first or second most decorated explorer in the game's history. In terms of like planets you know, systems first discovered, not planets first discovered. Systems first discovered. He is still number one, I think, aren't you, Kit? I haven't checked this week or this month, to be honest. Cool, yeah. To people, yeah, anyone who's listening as well, it's like I will be with the guys of Lave Radio a bit later on today, which is always fun. Good group of people. Always have some fun conversations. Sometimes quite nutty conversations as well, but that's mostly them, not me. So I won't deny there's been some nutty conversations in events I've been to, whether I've run them or not. Yeah. Ah, cool, Kit. Yeah, 4,600 systems ahead of Chiggy. Yeah, he's always his big rival for the number one spot. Both of you are epic explorers in a way that I don't think I can emulate. The sheer persistence is amazing. Yeah, no, Alex Turner and the Buckyball races are absolutely amazing and absolutely nutty as well. Yeah. No, I like Buckyballs. I think before I actually started doing it more seriously recently, I did one race like about 2 years previous to that. I think it was like a one-off special or something. I can't remember, but it wasn't like a regular sort of Buckyball sort of race. But yeah, it was fun though. Like Jobby Peanut, yeah, stuff like that. You know, I mean, also stuff that Psychic comes out with is quite amazing. She's a very inventive lady. Also, Psychic has got a cool Elite Dangerous channel. Check it out sometime. But yeah, I think at its pinnacle, Mount Everest was about, before it got modified, I think, in Horizons, it was actually above the exclusion zone, wasn't it? And it was like 50 kilometers high or something ludicrous. I think it's, what is it, about 30-something, 40-something kilometers now? I stopped measuring at about 30-ish kilometers. So yeah, I was trying to find the landing spot. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about our route at the moment, because we've not got anyone doing, like, you know, airborne reconnaissance ahead of us, and because it's night it's harder to see what the hell's going on. But any of these big mountains, sometimes, you know, you get a very false idea of where you are and what you're doing. Like, you can often end up thinking, oh, this is like the main peak, I've made it, or I'm in the right direction. It turns out, no, you were actually going for a secondary or even tertiary peak after all. And that you weren't really going in the right direction after all, but you have to, like, scramble up. Like, you've already done half the mountain and you've got, like, the other half to do. That can happen quite a bit. But that's part of the fun, though, you know. But as I say, because always with the spacecraft, it's like you're flying above the terrain, you think, oh, it doesn't look too bad. You get down amongst it and think, yeah, this is really terrible, actually. That happens a lot. Okay, I can't fly up this as much as I thought I could. Yeah. We're doing okay though, I think. It's always the thing though, that one thing, I don't know if it's by design or by accident, but Elite does simulate that fact on airless worlds, that the way that the human mind and perception is sort of evolved is obviously to deal with a very sort of fairly dense atmosphere, you know, on our planet. And so we've evolved, like, our brains and our eyes to compute all that. But you take that, or suddenly you put them on the moon or another airless world where there is no atmosphere. The brain's still processing all of, the signals from your eyes as if it was an atmospheric world. And that's why the depth perception is kind of a bit different, or it's kind of off. I know like the Apollo astronauts definitely found this was a problem. That they would see something and think, oh, that's not that far away, and it turned out it was insanely far, you know. I think like Apollo 14 particularly, you know, they often thought, oh yeah, we've reached our goal, or we're about to in a moment, we're just over this rise here. And they found that then they were nowhere near, because they were looking for this crater called Cone Crater, which is like a massive, you know, meteorite impact from like the moon's ancient history. And it's a huge crater. They weren't that far away in the end, but there were so many like false sort of indications, but a lot of that was perception, and they wandered as far as they could. Their supplies would take them, and they had to turn back. The irony is they were like about 30 meters, 50 meters away from their objective, but they didn't know it because of the way the terrain was, you know. Oh yeah, the house on the moon. Yeah, it's just a sort of a boulder, wasn't it? That's a bit sort of cubic looking from a certain angle. But that's it. I mean, people often want to see these things. I mean, I think we've had similar conversations before, and most people, I think, in Elite have. It's like most people would like to find alien life out there, hope it is imposter, but it has to be solid, you know, there has to be solid proof of it existing. Not just, oh, that looks a bit like it's square, therefore it must be an alien thing. It's like, I think it can be more obvious than that if it was, to be honest. Like, it'd be really cool to find, like, something really substantial, like an actual crashed wreckage of a spacecraft, or, you know, at least something that was obviously like made not by a natural process, and was obviously made by a civilization. That would be so cool. But we ain't found it yet. Yeah, like here, it's a good example of also like a relative illusion. It's like, okay, if you look at the main like radar, you can see you're on a steep slope, but when you're just looking straight ahead, you think, oh, this isn't that bad, but then you realise that it is, and it's actually quite steep. A lot of these mountains and hills can only really, especially the steep ones, be climbed this sort of diagonal way. If you try to do it straight up, you probably wouldn't make it half the time. Yeah, we're pretty near this ridge, wherever it is. But there is something definitely of the lost astronaut about this. But I think it makes that kind of more realistic. I mean, if you were actually exploring the cosmos, there would be a lot of hit and miss, and there'd be a lot of like educated guesswork as well. Because we can't know everything that exists out there. This is the thing, if you try and jump too much, you try and boost too much on these sort of steep hills, you can actually end up going backwards if you're not careful. I think Andrew Linton, Kit Oswald, is somewhat ahead of me at the moment. I mean, whoever designed the SRV is actually quite a neat piece of game design. It's not perfect, but it's a very good set of vehicle dynamics. I know it's different terrain, but the Odyssey one feels like a completely different vehicle. I'm talking about the same SRV, not the new one. Right, here we go. I mean, I think we're in the right direction, it looks like. I can't be 100% certain though. I think we're in the right direction. I think we won't see the actual proper peak until we're over this ridge we're approaching here. Actually, this looks really steep, doesn't it? How are we going to attempt this one? We could kind of go to the right and go up that kind. You see this ridge here? That's at about like 30 degrees. We could try and go up that, but is that actually the wise move? This is the thing. Or we could go to the slightly to the left here at about 240 degrees and then kind of go up that way. I think going straight up might be too steep. It looks like it might be about 50 or 60 degrees or something. We're still only at latitude 9. Wow, there you go, 19.9. And we're aiming for 21. This is a huge mountain complex. That's why, it's not a mountain, it's a mountain complex. I think we're going to have to make lots of these sort of like slightly zigzag moves across. I mean, there's lots of mountains, even some of the tall ones, that you can not drive up in a straight line, but more or less direct. But this isn't one of them. Some of them you really do have to sort of pick your way across. I'm heading on about 250 at the moment. So I think we might be able to pick a way up that way. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but you'll never know until you go. Yeah. I do like the terrain here. It's got that sort of, it's not grey, but it's got bits of green in it as well. So it's a grey background with sort of green elements in it. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, I think this is the right place to do such an epic mountain climb, because the time factor, I mean, like most expedition or racing events are usually like, most expedition events are about 2 hours long on average, more or less. Races tend to be, obviously, depending on the format, no more than that if you're doing them all at the same time. Everyone's all together at once. Not against the clock. But, yeah, this one is definitely epic in the extreme. So, yeah, good thing we've got the time to actually do it. I can see Commander Linton ahead of me. And it doesn't look like he's having an easy time with it. And nor am I by the looks of it either. Oh wow. Okay, landed in one piece, that's good. Time to get the puncture repair kit out. Imagine doing that, puncture repair kits in a spacesuit on a barren world like this. Field repairs. I know that's something that a lot of people have mentioned that they would like for, their spacecraft to be able to do an EVA, a spacewalk across, and be able to like mend a bit of the spacecraft, or maybe even attach something to it, like I don't know, a sensor or something while you're in space. Commander Linton, I found you again. Cool. Oh, you're collecting materials, right? Yeah. Let's keep going. I do think that actually, I'm pretty sure I've observed this as well, that if you try and collect materials by yourself, it will spawn at the usual rate. If there's two of you in a wing, the spawn rate does increase. I'm okay for mats at the moment, so I'll probably leave it. Unless there's some really, really cool ones. No, I'm alright, seriously. Yeah, I did look at the materials list on this world, didn't I, earlier, but I can't remember what it was. I don't remember anything particularly exotic. grade 5 materials. Yeah. I think racing up mountains is actually, it's a good way of doing events, but it's also an insane one. But that's part of the fun. I think it's because there's so many variables, so much can happen. It's easy to go boom as well while doing it if you're not careful. Especially if you're racing somebody. Wow, hit a boulder. Yeah, we're still only on 19.9. Wow. Oh my. Yeah. This is the thing. I think we came all the way down to the base of the foothills. I'm not even sure this bearing is actually correct anymore, but I think we'll just keep going where the hill seems the highest and see what happens. Okay, cool. Another bit of good advice if you want to do this in an SRV is to always land front forks first. If you land rear ones first, you're more likely to go back. We're being pursued by an adder, it seems. Well, Mr. Adder, I don't know what you're doing. Nervy jet crew. Well, that's interesting. But best to keep on our way. Keep mobile. Oh, you shot at him. I did wonder why he was shooting at us. Okay, Ben, see you later. Have a good one. Yeah, I did wonder why the NPC started. I think I don't remember seeing them just trying to pick off SRVs randomly, but you know, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I've just found a rock that's like one of that lunar house that Ben was just talking about. It looks a little bit sort of squarish at a certain angle, but that's it really. Are you in combat with this interloper in the Adam? Can we actually defeat him in an SRV? I think we can. I don't think it's easy to do, but I think it's possible. Considering it's, you know, only an adder. So all citizens must submit to the authority scans. Okay. But where is the federal system authority? I can see the attacking adder, but I can't see any of the local police services. Oh, I see them now, yeah. Well, it makes the climate more interesting, I suppose. I don't remember being attacked on stream or even in the middle of an expedition actually by NPCs while climbing a mountain. Yeah, NPCs are like at a base camp or something like that, usually in the bubble or just outside the bubble. Oh god, I'm rolling like a Hellcat. Oh god. Don't know why I said Hellcat, but it seemed fun. Oh well. Yeah, it has lightened things up a bit. Actually, thank you for doing that. It's made things kind of more interesting. Oh my. Ooh, this is good. I like this. Well, it looks like, you know, the opponent has bitten the dust. Well, it's certainly right, really, for harassing us in the first place. Here we are peacefully climbing this mountain, and he decided to come and irritate the hell out of us, you know. Okay. Glad the feds arrived as well, actually. I mean, that was quite good, because if they hadn't arrived, it would have probably taken both of us to completely stop and had a proper barrage to actually have defeated the adder. It's one thing hitting ground targets with SRV, but actually airborne targets, it's a bit more difficult. Slow progress now. Getting to that point, it's got so steep, it's kind of hard to make much more progress. Okay, keep on going there. This is the thing, being in the bubble. Usually if there's some kind of fighting and that you're in an inhabited system, there's usually some kind of security force, isn't there? I think sometimes being an explorer, you get so used to there being no one. Or if you're finding NPCs, it's usually in sort of near an inhabited system kind of space, you know. But there's usually no security force hanging around to help you. The NPC you just have to deal with of your own accord. Yeah, sometimes it's impossible to actually stop the SRP from backsliding to some degree anyway. It's doing it quite a lot now, which is not helping. Yeah, sometimes the only way to do this is to literally zigzag it. You can see on the radar in the bottom of the screen kind of going very much across at the moment. Very diagonal. A little bit more to the drive. I think under normal circumstances it might cause too much wheel spin, but under these every little bit helps. This is getting pretty difficult, isn't it? I'm wondering there's probably like a Mount Everest sort of expert out there somewhere who's probably thinking, oh, you're taking the wrong route, blah, blah, blah. You're going up this place and you should go up this route. It's like, well, yeah, there probably is, but I don't know what that one is. Pretty sure when I came up here, I was actually at least with one other person, and now I'm rolling down the hill like a madman. Well, at least it's fun, you know, if I keep on rolling. Oh god, I'm rolling really badly now. Try to arrest it by thruster, but it's not really working. Let's come to a halt now. Ah, dear. Okay, that was fun. Now I've lost a great deal of ground. Might not be a bad thing necessarily though, because I was trying to go like more sideways anyway. think we might have to be honest, because where we were both having an almost impossible time of getting up there. Yeah, this is still very difficult terrain. It's the sheer angle that usually defeats the SRV. I mean, it's quite an amazing vehicle considering the amount of grip it has. I mean, it would obviously destroy any like real world 4x4s military vehicles that you could think of. Yeah, no, I'm that's what I was alluding to, really, going at that, approximately that. I should have really said what angle, but yeah, about 250 seems about right. So we're going more across the mountain. I mean, for a challenge, 9 out of 10, maybe 10 out of 10. We'll find out by the end of this how much, but it's definitely that's a sort of a worthy challenge for the entertainment of anyone who's watching. Oh wow. So it's quite funny when the SRVs collide as well, because you get that sort of effect where the shields entangle with each other. A sort of electric blue shock. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're still kind of going along. It's not quite as steep here as it was earlier, but it's still pretty bad. Yeah. Welcome to anyone who's just joined us. I'm Commander Yannick, and this is the 12-hour Red Cross stream for Ukraine, playing Elite Dangerous. Thank you for everybody who has donated money. Anyone who subscribed to this channel, thank you. On my social media, I've also set up links so people can contribute even if they're not watching the stream, so that's useful. Right, I think this seems a little bit better, fingers crossed. Though you can never be sure. It's a funny machine, isn't it, the SRV? It's got amazing grip to climb these steep angles. Yeah, it skids so easily. I know we're on very like low G worlds, and that's probably most of it. If you go to a higher G planet, the grip is amazing. It's also an icy world, isn't it? So, combination of very little traction and low gravity. That's why I keep doing that. Especially fun when you're racing in all these icy worlds, because obviously everybody does like skew or spin at some point. It's just how often do you do it, and how quickly can you recover and turn it around and point the right way again and start racing once more. I think as it gets towards evening in Europe, we'll probably get a few more people in as well. I think I'm going to be on Lave Radio at about 20:30 UTC. So yeah, I'll be with them for a bit and then probably on my own again or with whoever's around after that. Well, this is nice. Getting some good speed up here. Yeah, I was going to say, if you tried doing this on foot in Elite, you would probably spend the best part of a day probably trying to climb this place. Yeah, let's try to sort the summit in a second. Once I actually get connected to the ground again, we can try that. I'm flying through the air at the moment, so yeah. Okay, now I've grounded. And now I'm rolling down the hill again. Oh god, I'm rolling multi-axis now. This is not good. Ugh. Trying to arrest it with thrusters, but that's better. Now I've stopped rolling. Oh my, that wasn't helpful in terms of climbing. Now I'm about a kilometre beneath you. Okay, I don't know how I'm going to get back up there. I think, well, I do, but yeah, it's going to take me a while, I think. Okay, we'll try and head back up to the summit if possible, and this is going to be interesting. I'm at the moment about 300 degrees, so I don't know what the best approach is, but I think the only way to really find out is just to pick one and try. From a distance it all looks pretty similar, so there may not be like a best route. No longer going forwards in motion. Now I'm falling backwards. This is always the risk of trying to do flying up mountains. It may not work. That's what I hate about multi-axis rolls. It's kind of hard to correct quickly. But yeah, kid, if you want to keep trying anyway, that's absolutely fine. It's I'm a bit behind, but I'll probably catch up bit by bit. I'm heading towards your position. I was saying earlier about judging the distance. As I was just flying then, I was making a lot of progress, but it gets to a point where you're not making any more progress forward, you're just going up vertically. It's not, and not by much, it's not really helping, and then you start to lose height, obviously, as you lose thrust, and then you hit the deck and the spin begins. So, yeah, it's about taking calculated risks, isn't it? Oh yeah, it's definitely very tricky up here. I mean, I know we've climbed a lot of mountains, a lot of places, but this is definitely up there amongst the harder ones. I think this is a combination of this mountain of it's hard, the actual terrain, minute to minute, but it's also very large. So that is a particularly difficult combination. Okay, less than 300 meters away. Very closer than that now, actually. Yeah, see, at full throttle, only doing about 5 meters a second, I think. It's definitely a hard one. Watch out. Sorry. That's the thing, at this point it's sometimes impossible to stop yourself from falling back into somebody else. I'm at that point now, I can't actually stop myself from falling backwards into you. Sorry. Ooh, fuel was 50%. Okay, refuel. Repair, refuel, do whatever you need to do.
Fuel replenished.
It's always best to sometimes use the premium if you've got enough. I'll keep for the basic for now because I've got loads of those. I'll use the premium once in a while. So to reinforce it as we go. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I see you're just beneath me there. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, we're still at 19.9. That is true. We've hardly moved at all. Oh my! But let's us keep inching forwards. This is the thing. We're going so diagonally. We're not really making that much forward progress. Oh my! Oh my. These are steep mountains, aren't they? At the moment I'm heading at about 320 degrees, but that's only temporary. And yeah, you're right, the SRV does need the boost function. That is sorely needed. Even if you only had like a few boosts that you could use, you know, to actually propel the wheels much quicker, or just a little rocket at the back, not a rocket underneath you, but a rocket propel you forward. Yeah, that would be wonderful. And I've come to a halt again. Have you recorded your ship then? Fair enough. Yeah, it's a slow climb indeed. The engine's almost always at full throttle with this. A huge amount of difference. They're climbing something that's so steep. Into hour number 5. Welcome to everybody who has joined us. I'm Commander Yannick. And this is the 12-hour fundraising stream for Ukraine. Making some progress. Are you in your spacecraft at the moment? Okay. Fair enough. I think I've made some progress across here. I'm going at about 20 degrees. Now 40. you're 2 kilometers away from me at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I'm heading at about 5 degrees at the moment as he skews the SRV sideways. But any way of doing this is going to be worthy. Previous course. Yeah, I think we're a bit off. Well, we're not making much progress, both coordinates, I'm going to say. Right, now I've gone back to a more normal heading of about 250 degrees. As I say, it's all this zigzagging, isn't it? I see him flying through the air now. If I can get near where he is, it would be great, but it's not going to be that simple, I don't think. Yeah, can get kind of wearing zigzagging across this much, but I'm trying to do. Is there anything you can see up there, Kit, that about the possible routes up, or anything that looks like it might be a sort of potential breakthrough? So I've reached 20 now. Some improvement, some improvement. Right, I'm going to reach a spot, then I'm going to recalculate my course in a minute, but I want to get to a bit of a flatter spot first. And this is a bit flatter than we've seen for a while, but actually I'm going to stop in a moment, I think. It seems kind of wise. Okay. 90 degrees. Is that the top summit, or is that just a summit? If the summit is heading 90 degrees, where are we going? Well, where were we going, I should say. I'm moving more towards where you are at the second kit. Yeah, now I'm in midair. Yeah, it's not as good as I expected. I'm going to fall down quite a way now. Let's take my own advice about climbing mountains. Actually, that was a relatively good landing. I am pleased with that. Okay, cool. I think I'll pause here for a moment. It seems like a good place. This is a good spot to take a 5-minute break, I think, as well. So I will be back momentarily. Hello and welcome back. Hello everyone who's just joined the stream. I am Commander Yannick and this is the 12-hour epic fundraiser for the Red Cross and their appeal for the Ukraine war. Now let me see, we're on the side of Mount Everest in Nervi, the biggest single mountain in Elite Dangerous. And here we have Commander Andrew Linton, who's with me, aka Kit Osland, and trying to climb. So basically Mount Everest allegedly is not this mountain, it's a nearby mountain. They're all so tall, they're easily confused with each other. You know what it is? I think the mountain is so large, this is actually one of those. This is actually part of that. It's just the same sort of mountain complex. Because one thing I was copying the coordinates from was this guy who has a video which he's approaching the mountain from a certain angle. And those are probably the coordinates for one side of it. Because it's so big that it probably does actually fit around, you know, those variant coordinates. So we are actually on the right mountain, we're just not at the right part of it. Oh wow. So I'd have to go heading at 330 degrees to reach it. Okay. Let's see how close to it we can actually get. So we were going, I don't know if vaguely the right direction is the right term, but you know. Okay, keep on going anyway. Yeah. Truth is, if it takes, you know, close to that, if it actually takes me the most of the time remaining 12 hours, I don't think I'm probably going to be able to do it. But I'll see how it goes, really. And now I'm falling back down again. Oh dear. Yeah, I'll see how it goes. I'll do this for a bit more, but if it becomes like impossibly sort of long, then yeah, I'll have to do it. Mic should be normal. I mean, all my levels seem normal anyway. Should be fine. Can you hear me okay now? Or is it just a bit quiet or something? Oh yeah, okay. .330 degrees. I'll try that then. No, I can't. Yeah. Oh, this is going to take too long otherwise, isn't it? What I'm going to do is I'm going to recall my ship, and I'm going to try and get much further up the mountain, because otherwise it's going to take forever. Yeah. Can you hear me okay now? Should be fine.
Ship recalled.
Question, where's the ship going to land? It's a good question. Okay, my ship should be nearby. Follow the ship. Where the hell it decides to go. Catch the ship. Cool. Did everyone else hit me fine? Okay, here we are. It's kind of comical how much it skids sometimes. I'll be back on track in a moment. I think this particular mountain slope that I've been on is just horrible in the extreme. Very hard to make any sort of real approach. I might have to go on the other side, won't I? I think I can't get in that way. The way it's landed is not helpful. I don't believe this. Whole thing is just at the wrong angle. Oh, that's better actually. Yay, I squeezed in. Cool. Okay. Right, so the peak is 36.6, 113, and that's heading of 330 from where we are. Okay. Let's try that. You see your wing signal. I don't know if it's you though. 60 kilometers away. Always one of these very low gravity sort of ice worlds. Thanks, Urimble, for the follow. Cheers, very much appreciated. Thanks everyone else who's followed today and also made donations to the Red Cross. It's very much appreciated. Thanks for the subscription as well, dude. Yeah. Again, also very much appreciated. I'm very grateful for that. Kit Osland, note to self, check if you have muted audio for cleaning up microphones. I was going to say, because all my meters are reading that it's normal, so unless something's gone very wrong somewhere, it should have been okay. Yeah, 07 Urimbo, yeah. Welcome to the channel, and welcome to the stream. Hopefully we'll have some fun. At the moment, Kit, I can only see your wing signal, but obviously the wing signal is somewhere around the peak. Now this is it, I mean this looks so steep, it's like, how is SRV ever going to get to that? You know, I don't really think it's actually possible, you know. I mean, you could drop someone off probably, but I don't know how you could climb unless it's from the other way or something. There's a route up. But yeah, that's insane. It is quite mad, isn't it? I mean, you look at that. You'd have a hard time at the best of times trying to climb that. Yeah. I had the wing signal, but not the actual ship. Some canisters, weirdly enough. Yeah, I think we might be in different instances. It's always weird when Horizons does that. And if you're the only ships nearby and you're both in open mode, then why does just instance them in the same place, you know? Okay, well, if I can offload an SRV here and do the jump, I will. If that's even a thing. I don't know if it's going to be even possible. And so there's some canisters on the side of the mountain. Maybe that is a landing spot. I'm literally on top of the world. Or a world, anyway. Yeah, this is quite mad. Yeah, the canisters are somewhat lower down though, I think, so trying to land here would be an ask. Actually, let's just try, just in case, on the off chance we actually can. Okay. My signal's disappeared. Better be careful. The shields are fairly strong on this, but they're not insanely strong. Don't know if I can land here or not, but I will soon find out. I shall try. Okay, excellent. Right, let's go to external view. Actually, it's complete darkness, isn't it? So I'm not going to see a great deal. I'll have a look anyway. Not ideal, but I'll see what I can make of it. Right. This is a higher part to it, where I may be able to land. Almost flat, so I don't think it's going to be flat though, is it, realistically? There are quite jagged peaks up there. Oh, there you are, haha. Excellent. Okay, well landing somewhere around here is going to be interesting. Could try it, see what happens. I don't know if this bit's going to be anywhere near flat enough. I could try. That cannot hurt. Famous last words. It's always famous last words, isn't it? Okay, I doubt there's going to be a landing spot here, but I can search for one. Oh, so there's a bit to the right here that looks like it might be a... Ooh, I found one. Yay. Ah. Somewhere around here, there's a sweet spot. Somewhere around here. I think I found one. If I can get it down. Yeah, I think only small ships could really land here. And bingo, we're down. Now we can jump the hell off this place. Oh, yeah. Now, this is going to be interesting. Greeting to anyone who's just joined the stream. You've made it for, to the Mount Neverest suicide leap into oblivion, aka known as the 12-hour stream for Ukraine. And now I'm somehow stuck between the ship and the terrain. I would have to dismiss the ship before I can get out. Thank you. Okay. And then also turn on the night vision. Now this is going to be interesting because we can see the sheer face cliff here. We can either go this way. No, actually, let's see Andrew Linton is firstly. He's over here somewhere. There he is. Okay, we need to find ourselves a good jump spot. Cool. Right. Well, let's go this way then. The direction that you're pointing in, we'll have a look over that way. See what we can find. Best probably to go slowly because we don't accidentally fall off the mountain prematurely. As you do. I think it has happened before. I think I fall off a small mountain by accident. I've seen people fall off quite big ones too. It is actually hilarious. Obviously we're talking about the game, not real life. Yeah, here we go. Nice. Very cool. Right. Yeah, I'm being rather cautious at the moment. Because how high are we up? What is it? Like about 40, 35, 40 kilometers, something like that. Something absolutely ludicrous. Yeah. Trying to find the stats on it actually, but yeah. See if I can find it anywhere. There's got to be stats on it somewhere. Yeah. Trying to find the actual stats for now, not what it used to be. It's definitely less than 50 kilometers, but it might be about 40. Yeah. How high is it? That's a good question. There's always these places. Oh, wow. Before I could ready the craft. I start rolling before I plan to. Please don't roll off the edge. That would be weird.
Chassis integrity compromised.
Uh-huh. It's not come to a stop. Okay, repair. Okay. Alright, Commander Linton, catch up. Yeah, that wasn't the best of manoeuvres. But it's a risky take, I suppose, up here. We can't really climb up that last bit, but we can probably jump off somewhere over here, I reckon. Yeah, let's keep it on the straight and narrow. Ish. Ish is the best way of describing it. At least we're getting some good footage out of this. The only thing about these epic streams is they're quite difficult to edit down afterwards because they're so goddamn long. Okay, is there really an edge here, or is it just a sort of... Does it just fall away gradually? I'm going to have to find a place sooner or later. We're getting quite steep. But we may have actually already passed the edge according to this, so... but then again, it's all relative, isn't it? The edge relative to where we were before. Yeah, okay. Let's... Now this looks quite promising. This looks like it might be on the edge of something. Uh-huh. Okay. What do you make of this? Okay, so we can probably... Got to be an edge to this somewhere. This mountain's so damn steep it has to have an edge somewhere. That's fine. Actually, I probably should do the same, logically. Premium repair it, not just repair it. Yeah, that's probably a wise move. And there we have it. We're already an incredibly steep part. So anything we do now could well precipitate our demise anyway. Right. Actually, if you look at the angle, we're kind of close to vertical here. This is interesting. I'm just thinking, from where we are, I'm going to go to the external cam just for a second to get a better idea, but I do think we're in a weirdly precarious position. Well, deliberately precarious position, to be fair. Okay, zoom out as far as I can. That's relative to the angle. That's actually the angle I think we're at on the side of the mountain. The only thing is, it's complete blackness out there otherwise. And night vision is the only thing that gives us any idea, apart from like a small amount of light on that side and a small amount of light on the other side. Well, actually none on the other side. I correct myself. Heading of 230, that would make sense. I think. Pardon me. Okay, 230 degrees. I'll have to adjust my heading for that then. Okay. Yeah, this is basically going to be like a sort of cannonball suicide run down, I think. Just barrel as quickly as you can. If you roll, you roll. If you don't, then also fair enough. So I'm approximately pointing that direction, and now I'm just rolling straight down. Even the handbrake, now I've got brake on and everything, and it's still going down. So just let it go, really, I suppose. If you want to just start rolling, then please do. I think I'll do the same. I might actually... Oh, I've stopped. I've actually stopped. I've got backwards and handbrake on at the same time. Okay. For the stream, do you want to go? Yeah, you can absolutely go first. It's going to be more entertaining for me. Just... Okay, I will switch to external. Actually, no, I'll keep it on internal. But, go for it. I'm now going so fast I can't actually stop. And I'm about to smash into the good commander. Okay, I will follow. I am the cameraman. I am the nice SRV acrobatics there. Oh wow, and I'm doing the same myself. Here we go. Trying to arrest my fall to some degree. Not that it really makes a difference. Yeah, most certainly won't. That gives you some idea of the vertical drop. Haha. And here we go. Multi-axis. Actually, not a multi-axis spin, is it? But I'm flying through the air again. He's just mostly flying through the air.
Chassis integrity compromised. Chassis integrity critical.
Wow, it actually made it. With like 7% hull, I think. So I am actually mildly surprised. Okay, Commander Linton is a few kilometers away in the other side of the hill by the looks of it. Okay. My genuine surprise that my SRV did actually make it in one piece. Looks like yours did as well, Kit. Except I now find myself in some kind of weird kind of valley. I say weird, it's really steep at both sides, so I don't know where I'm going to go. Maybe across to this... I'm doing a bearing of about 200 degrees at the moment. I have no idea where that's going to take me, but... I'm going around like the edges of this valley. I don't know where that's going to go. Got some canisters around here. Why do people keep leaving this kind of crap all over the place? Spoiling the environment and all, you know. I know we're in the bubble and everything, but even so, you know. You imagine 89% hull, that's actually remarkable. Yeah, I only had 7 by the end, but... Oh well. Keep finding these canisters everywhere. It's just weird. Okay. Maybe I can jump off this cliff as well. Assuming it's clear. It doesn't matter. Let's just go anyway. Yeah, it's nice and jagged, isn't it?
Chassis integrity compromised.
Still got 77%. Nerve agency. Wow. Cool. Yeah. Here we go. And I'm falling again. Yay. I thought I was going to fall a lot more there. Some of this kind of is more fun rolling down these mountains than it is actually climbing. Climbing can be fun, yeah, sure. 100% it can be, but this is kind of wild, this terrain. No, this terrain's nuts. And look at it. absolutely ridiculous. And this is super weird terrain. Huh. I wonder if I should just recall my spacecraft and then we'll just continue elsewhere with our adventures. That's probably quite a good idea, actually. I get to a slightly flatter area. As always is best to try and recall a spacecraft. Okay, here we go. Recall ship.
Ship recalled.
So we made it. Which is surprising. I thought at least one of our SRVs was going to be totaled in the fall, but it didn't happen. Genuinely surprised. Falling off of Mount Everest and surviving. Okay, to be fair, we I don't know if it was actually the most dangerous route, but just the route that we found. To be fair, it's like by the time you got to the edge of that, you can't really go back to the other one once you started coming down. So yeah. That is my spacecraft. One of those valleys that it sometimes is hard to get to the location of your own ship. Though sometimes you can never tell until you actually have a go. Yeah, sometimes these can be deceptive. Like, for example, that run looked like it's going to be really hard. It's actually been pretty straightforward. Sometimes that's just the way it is. Okay. Scarab boarded. Cool. Right, here we are. Back in the dark terrain. Or not so dark. These canisters, I don't care about these things. Well, at least not at the moment, I don't anyway. Okay, so we're here at Nervi. And, yeah, we can definitely be on our way. I think we probably should leave this place and maybe have a final sort of fly by the mountain before we leave it completely. If we can still see the mountain, if we haven't fallen so far behind. Oh, here it is. See, it looks like a really far, yeah, really far in an SRV, but in, you know, it's not actually that far. I suppose if you're doing like, what is it, 200, 300 meters a second. Yeah, it's a bit different. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Say goodbye to Mount Everest before I leave. I just wonder if you could have this kind of terrain in Odyssey, could you ever purchase somebody on the peak there? But we will see. We will see indeed. think this is the highest part. Get a quick look. Yeah, it's supremely jagged up here. Then again, look, there's this surface over here that looks like it might actually be possible to angle a spacecraft onto. I'm curious. I don't think I can land here, but what if I can? We can. Apparently there's a landing zone somewhere. Can do it, apparently. Yeah, it's quite a small area. Landed. Go to external. I don't know if it was deliberate as part of, you know, when they changed it for the, was it 2.2 Horizons era? But it literally looks like we've been able to land right at the peak. As far as I can tell, this is the very tallest point. Actually, it's a good thing I looked at this before I left. I wouldn't have known otherwise. Yeah, get the SRV out, absolutely. I will do so in just one moment. It's beautiful though. It's a shame there's no light out, because then you could have seen the true splendour of this place. The true beauty of this mountain and the mountain range that it's in. Right. Unexpected bonus.
Low gravity warning.
Better turn on the night vision as well. Maximum visibility. Right, I think this point up here I'm pointing towards is that literally the tallest part accessible in Horizons? In Elite probably, full stop. That way anyone's aware of anyway. It's kind of rare that the actual very tallest bits of most mountains are actually landable and accessible. Maybe it was deliberate. Maybe it was modified. Dr. Kairos, if you did this, you are a genius. Actually, just shout out Dr. Kairos, generally. Phenomenal human being. The designer, the parent of this very amazing, beautiful, breathtaking galaxy, and this wonderful terrain that we see here. It's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Met the great Dr. Ross only briefly at the Frontier Expo, but did a fantastic talk on the Galaxy generation. This is the one. This is... Can you see any point higher than this? I think this literally is it, isn't it? Nice that this exists at the top. Yeah, I didn't realise that it was. I don't know if that bit over there we're looking at is actually slightly higher. Maybe it is, but this is like the most accessible bit that is up here. I mean, yeah, it's it puts even most epic mountains to shame. No, you're right, kid. Absolutely, the gradually increasing slopes are dangerous. You do reach a point of no return, and yeah, you just. It's usually impossible to actually climb to these places without, you know, the spacecraft or someone giving you a lift. You know, you know, that's quite precarious in itself. It's a shame that these coordinates aren't more widely known, actually, because I didn't really even know. So this is at 22.6. Actually, I'm going to note these coordinates down because this is a very good place for meetups as well, I think. So yeah, it's Mount Everest. Nervi 3A. And the coordinates are... Anyone else who wants to come here, please note these coordinates down as well. 22.65 / 113.03. Thank you. This would be genuinely a great place for a meeting spot. Not sure how good it is for the old suicide dives. And if we do it off of here, that could be even more fun. Actually, that might be the best thing of all. Should we try a dive? Which direction should we take? This is the question. Let's have a look. Yeah, this way could be good. Is it the furthest fall? Actually, no. I don't know, actually. Just pick away, already, and we can do it. Maybe to the right here? Maybe... Yeah. Maybe bearing like 250 or something? I don't know. I suppose it's just pick a direction and have a go. Deathmatch for the winner jumping off a cliff. Yeah, that sounds fair. Just give me a second. Okay. Actually, it shows you it was a long time since I actually even got the weapons out on this damn thing. Are we too close to the ships for a deathmatch? Trying which controller I actually assigned to shoot last time. Bear with me a second. For some reason my gun's not working and I don't know why. That's not the reason. Okay. Bear with me a moment. Trying to think if have I actually changed the controls to something really idiotic last time I moved them. That was not what I wanted. Okay. No, I wanted combat mode, didn't I? My gun's actually active. It's a good question. Oh, the fire groups. I was going to say, I mean, I'm pressing the right buttons, no wonder. I think I've got these controls mixed up, so okay. I'm ready. Okay. Ready. In. Go. Go. Yay. Okay, I'm gonna get into the spacecraft so we can watch you jump. Yeah, that's pretty lame damage, I must admit. Should really configure my controls ahead of time. Okay. Let's get into a good position. Right. Let's find out where the best edge is as well to do this. This is quite a good one here that the light's sort of pointing towards. That looks pretty good to me, I think. Yeah, that's pretty good. Looks pretty strong. I don't know if it'll definitely destroy your spacecraft, but it'll do a good job of it. Okay, let's go to the external camera. And I'll point the light as like the approximate area that you're going to be, that you should probably jump from. Either there or like, yeah, actually that up there might be. Anywhere along this sort of bridge is kind of fine, really. But yeah, it looks good from here. Right, okay, cool. Let's go to external cam for fun. Actually, it's probably better inside, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. At your leisure, Commander. Go for it. And he's falling. He's still falling. Let's see if we can watch him as he falls. A morbid camera. Whoa. That's actually quite a good landing. I'm mildly disappointed. And he's off again. Here he goes. The chase cam continues to follow. Yep, it looks like he's properly lost control now, flying through the air. And here it looks like he's going to crash into the ground. Like David Attenborough of SRV watching. And here we go. And that's a wild spin there. That's actually pretty cool. Good aerials here. 7 out of 10 so far for the aerials. Good trajectory. And he's impacted. And he keeps going. It's a tough little thing, these SRVs. It ain't dead yet. I think with these smaller ships, it's probably slightly easier to maneuver them through the chase scenes, as I'm doing now. Good style points, good style points. Good lift. Incredibly good lift on this one. Remarkable distance. Excellent style. And we have impact, yay. And he's still alive. God, this terrain is horribly jagged. Hear the thrusters firing away there. Taking a good aerial this time. Stable course. Not as far as last time, but still a very creditable distance. It's almost like Vivian in the Young Ones. Why are you not dead yet? Excellent acrobatics. I'd like to be holding up the cards here for marks out of 10. I feel we need some like slightly more upbeat music for this. I know this was going to happen, I probably would have put some on. Hello, bad cops. How's it going? Shame that one counts with Thargoids. Well, absolutely true. And encounters with some of the Thargoid sort of servitors, if you want to call them that. But, yeah. Thargoids themselves? Not really. Yeah, we're talking in ED here. There's I may have showed you before, Bad Cops, the Thargoid bases on the stream. Where you get the scavengers still. It's not Thargoids themselves, but it's like their servant droids. You hear the impact there? Here we follow our fearless competitor as he throws him off cliff after cliff. Each time looking to wreck his SRV into its demise. Each time he somehow keeps it intact. The fearless racer do his thing. You can tell all kinds of weird angles on the head-up display. But no, you bad cops, you're right. There were Thargoids in previous versions of Elite. See, 1 and 3 being those. Actually weren't in 3 all that much, but a little bit. Ooh, that was acrobatic. That's an 8 out of 10, I think. Maybe even a 9. Impressive work. Oh, I like this. Rotating flying. Very stylish. Yeah, actual... I mean, we say Thargoid, I mean Thargoids in person. Obviously the Thargoid ships that people do get hyperdicted by. I mean, that's the nearest encounter to an actual Thargoid you have. There's no, like, on-surface encounters with them. But you can encounter their ships if you want to. Those are pretty straightforward. I mean, I've been hyperdicted about 3 or 4 times, probably. We definitely go to a Thargoid base. We'll certainly do that. Ooh, he's got a lot of air in this one. That's our big peak there. Where will he land? Impressive run comes to the halt on the side of the canyon. You're still not dead. What's going on? Maybe I should have bought some weapons and just tried to shoot you instead. I don't think I've got any weapons on this thing listed. I don't think you can ram an SRV to death from the air. As far as I'm aware, I don't know. Ooh, good height there. Nice. And he's off again. More masterful aerial maneuvers. Other details, you know, like the way that the SRV leaves the little tracks behind it. That's cool. Yeah, I thought that was a bit of a hard impact on the shields. Yeah, recalling the ship's probably a fair point. I don't think you can actually get Frontier Elite 2 from Steam Bad Cops. It's unless they've released it recently without me noticing, but you can get the original Elite definitely from Frontier themselves. But I don't know if you can get them on Steam. Still at 70% hull after that. Wow. I am surprised it actually lasts. I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually try to wreck an SRV so much and never actually managed to do it. Oh my. Yeah, that's been cool though. I didn't think I had that much premium repair. I had like 3 of them left, so I wasn't going to use them all. Okay. I'm going to now escape the planet and head somewhere else. I was thinking, could go to Guardians, but they're quite far away. I think there are some Thargoid ones that are much closer. That's a distinct possibility. Right, I think it's the nearest Thargoid site to the bubble. It's probably in the Pleiades, isn't it? I reckon. Is there one nearer than that? I don't think there is. As far as I'm aware, anyway. Okay, so let me see. I think it's the nearest one, HIP 19026. It might be. Look that up on the star map very quickly. Oh dear. Yeah, that was pretty exciting actually. I like that. I like playing chase ship for a bit. That was fun. I did enjoy that. Right, HIP 19026. That is... Yeah, pretty near. How many jumps? Less than 10, isn't it? Probably about 7 or 8. I want to switch if we're going to go to Thargoids, though. Nice to fly the Cobra. I feel like going for one of my more regular ships. Just thinking, where did I actually park my my main Explorer? Might have been Pomesha actually. I parked it. No, I didn't. This is the thing, having so many ships. You just forget where you parked half of them. Actually, with Nervy, let's just not worry about that. Yeah, I'm gonna retrieve my main Explorer ship, so... Okay, that's fine. It's great, Kit. Always a pleasure to fly with you as well. Thanks, and I'll hopefully see you soon. It's been fun. Cool. Right, I'm going to fly off to where we're recently doing some of the buckyball races to retrieve my main exploration ship. Yeah, Pareco. Yeah, this is not the first time I did a buckyball race, but it's the first time I've actually competed in their competitions, their league system. It was good fun. I do recommend doing it at some point. Shout out Alec Turner. Does a very good job of running the whole thing. Some very good people who work for him as well. It's all good. It's a very cool scene. Anyway, greetings to whoever has just joined. I'm Commander Yannick, and this is the 12-hour epic stream to raise money for Ukraine. As you see, there's the QR code on the right-hand side of the screen. That will take you to the site where you'll be able to put your wonderful donations for the Red Cross to Ukraine. None of this money ever touches me, it just goes straight to the charity. Alternatively, there's a button in the About section of this channel that you can click on to do exactly the same thing if the QR code doesn't work. Plan now, yeah, is to pick up my main Explorer and head on out to some of the Thargoid bases. Maybe former Thargoid bases. They seem to be abandoned apart from the scavengers. But I know Bad Cops, that's the kind of thing that you like as well. I mean, the Thargoids are definitely fascinating. And the Guardians are in their own way. But I think the Guardians seem a lot more like humanity than the Thargoids do. I think they're supposed to be a bit more like us, that's the point, really. But the Thargoids are as alien as could possibly be, you know. Probably different psychology. Allegedly insectoid. But yeah, the lore doesn't really actually confirm that much about the actual physical Thargoids, only their ships and some of their technology. I remember a few years ago there was those data mine leaked models of what a Thargoid was supposed to look like, but apparently these were like abandoned models of some work that was never finished or was never done properly, whatever. They just abandoned it at some point, but that's not going to be the way the Thargoids look, and That's what it was. Yeah, this is an interesting place to race between the different space stations. But yeah, it's quite amusing, really. I mean, there's lots of like suicide lunges up platforms during these races, racing from station to station to station, and it can be quite manic, really. It can be quite entertaining too, but it's part of the reason for doing it. It's fun and it can be entertaining. Old system, this. Not much in the way of planets and lots of stations. Yeah, I'm just travelling to the station right now. It's one of those moments that cruise time, you know. It is always beautiful though, travelling through space. Let's have a look. Yeah, this particular spacecraft named after Captain Wally Schirra, one of the Mercury 7, and also the commander of Apollo 7, the first space flight of the manned Apollo capsule, that took Americans all the way to the moon. Only man to, I think, flown in the Mercury, Gemini and Apollo eras. A very funny and intelligent man, definitely. Overshoot, aren't I? Maybe not. Near chronometer, finally. Okay, what I'm going to do is once I've gone inside the station, probably take a break for about 5 minutes at that point, which I recommend people do the same. As you see, like the ring of stations here, kind of fascinating. Which is not the ring of stations, sorry, that's coming into the stations. But these stations are all very close together in space.
Alpha November. Welcome to this independent station, Commander. Please fly safely during arrival and departure. Landing permitted, cleared for landing
Awesome.
on docking
Okay,
bay 1.
right. I will be back in about 5 minutes time. I will see you then. Hello and welcome back. I am Commander Yannick, and this is the epic 12-hour charity Red Cross for Ukraine live stream. I keep all those components in mind. Sometimes I forget some of them, but these are all important parts of it. And I have been doing this for about 7 hours on the go now, so I think a little bit tired, but I am still enthusiastic and I will still keep doing and pushing this. Right, so let's have a look how we're actually doing donations wise at the moment. I haven't actually checked this in a few hours, so it's going to be interesting. So far we have £65. Yep, that's a respectable total. Thank you everyone for your donations. I'm sure the people receiving them will be even more grateful. Thank you also for any follows, subs, bits that you've given. I am super grateful for anything like that. It's always good to find. Right, I have arrived at Crown Orbital to find the ship that was not the ship that I was looking for. Again, I have so many ships. I have actually two Crate Mark IIs anyway, and it was the wrong one. So what I will end up doing is I will fly to Shinra to Desra and get another ship there. Shinra to Desra, the base of the Pilots Federation. But you need to be of elite rank, or I think one of the Kickstarters of Elite Dangerous to have automatic access to it. But greetings to anyone who's just joined or never been on one of my streams before. Hello and welcome. Mostly do sort of space related stuff, Elite and a few other, sometimes retro games as well. Today it's a 12-hour live stream of Elite Dangerous. It's got a good kick to it, that sound, doesn't it? The boost sound. It's slightly different on every ship, especially like the Orca one, and things like the Dolphin do sound quite distinctive. Right, I don't think it's very many jumps to yeah, 4. That's cool, that's cool. So how is everyone? Hope you all had a great day, morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be in the galaxy. You're having a lovely time. I think ultimately I probably own most ships in the game at some point, even if only for short periods of time. Otherwise, I've never particularly been fans of certain ones, you know, like the sort of the Federal assault ships. Those of they're alright. I mean, I can see why people like them, but they're not really my thing. Which is fair enough. I mean, I suppose, obviously being an explorer, I do tend to, major in exploration ships, or even sometimes slightly odd exploration ships. But these days, I will say, since the invention of the Guardian booster, frameshift booster, I think most ships can be made into fairly decent explorers. It's just some obviously better than others, you know, have more space for certain kinds of modules, etc. I mean, out there, I think as far as I'm aware, the top 3 explorer ships tend to be something like the Anaconda, the Crate Phantom, Crate Mark II, and also the Asp Explorer, but that's not really a surprise. And the Asp out of those 3 is probably the best bang for your buck. It's relatively inexpensive, but you get an excellent exploration ship. I mean, I explored for a hell of a long time in one. My 2 main explorers these days are a Crate Phantom and a heavily modified Orca. I think out of the last 4 expeditions that I've done, I've actually used, those 2 ships, or almost or most of the time actually. Ultimately, the Crate Phantom has a better jump range, but the Orca has got much better boost performance and is more fun for events because of it. But as a pure explorer, can't really beat the Crate Phantom for me. I mean, obviously everyone has their own preferences. A lot of people like the Anaconda, but I have owned a few of them, but I use them as general purpose ships. I do have one fitted out like a long jump range explorer, but I don't use it as much. It's just personal preference. It's I prefer ships to sort of have good agility and super cruise, and it's one thing the Anaconda doesn't. It does take them quite a while to turn around. But it's a good ship, I'm not knocking it in any way. It's a very popular choice. And again, I can see why people like it. It's one of those ships that can do almost any job well. It's a great all-round. Not the cheapest of ships to own and fit out, but both compared to things like a Corvette or a cutter, it is actually relatively inexpensive. But say relative is the correct term. Yeah, here we are in the Chinook Desert system and moving toward the Jameson Memorial Station, named after the this particular one after the first Jameson, I think, in the first Elite, who you play as Commander Jameson, and there's like a whole family of them basically that follows afterwards. I think in Elite 2 you nominally start off as one of like the Jameson grandchildren. Your default name is Commander Jameson, but you can change it, so you could be called something else entirely different. Yes. Right, here we are. According to the lore and system description, those members of the Pilots Federation who reach elite rank don't just have access to the system, which is otherwise permanent locked, but they also can retire to it as well, which is interesting. I remember someone saying once I'd actually reached Elite Explorer many years ago, oh, you can retire to Chinook Desert now. I said, like, this is the beginning, not the end, and it was. Did a lot of things after that. But I think Elite Exploration rank is somewhat easier to come across than it was in the early era of the game. At that point it was somewhat difficult. Maybe not as hard as Combat Elite, but certainly a challenge to get. Only just because it took a large amount of time and a lot of effort. I see a lot of people use Jameson Memorial as their main base.
Yankee Alpha November. We are happy to have you, Commander. Please note that all
Mostly because you can buy any ship here that's for sale in the game, and you can buy any module
permission denied.
here as well.
Resubmit request within 7,500 meters.
See what it does there.
Permission authorized. Proceed to Bay 4-3.
Yeah, a lot of the time I can't be bothered to use manual docking, even though I was doing that in the racing recently. I have to do it on a regular basis. It's just, I can't be bothered. Especially if I'm not in a racing ship or maneuverable ship. It's like, well, why? What do you gain from it? Not much. It's not even good for like training for racing or anything, because those ships will handle very differently to this. People put it out with sort of autopilot. You can always, do something else, make a cup of tea, and know that your ship is going to be okay. But here we are.
Confirmed contact. Commence power down. Greetings, Commander.
Okay, here we are. Shipyard. Could use the hauler, but I don't think I will. Yeah, this is my main explorers talking about the Great Phantom called Orion's Chariot, and the other one, Cernun's Voyager. I'll probably use this actually. Yeah, I think I will. Actually, I have to make sure I've got all the modules on it that I want. There's no point in flying around like a maniac if I don't actually have the system all sorted. Yeah, that's fine. I'll double check before I leave. Because sometimes, obviously, I've pulled off modules from different spacecraft. And because I was them elsewhere for other functions. Especially highly engineered modules. Okay, here we are. You don't really need the mining laser. Having said that, it's a good start finish. I think that's why I had it in the first place. For expeditions. Very often like I'm acting as like the start and finish marshal, so hence the laser. When we go racing with each other. Yeah, that looks good. Sensor suite could be improved slightly. Well, it's good enough. Seems fine to me. Right. Now, previously, talking about going to Thargoid sites, one being HIP 19026. It doesn't really have to be active, does it? Could be interesting, but at the moment I think I just prefer it just in a straight run to have a look at that. That'd make the most sense, won't you think? Don't you think, I should say? Yeah. I think being at this for 7 hours is beginning to show a little bit. But I'll keep going. Just keeping the energy up. Yeah. B1C. Yeah, I think I've been there because obviously it shows B1C. Oh yeah, there's a ship already parked there. Why am I not surprised? You've not yet met this planet, really, haven't I? Genuinely surprised. B1C, yeah. Okay, well let's go there. We'll have a look. sure everything's in order before I start going. As an explorer, actually, supercruisers can be quite useful to orbit planets to observe them. As in, like, rapidly orbit them and then view them from outside. But yeah, anyhow, back to the present. Yeah, the drag doesn't is absolutely amazing. The boost speed is phenomenal, it really is. Legend jumps, that's cool. Yeah, it's about a minute per jump on average, sometimes less than that, but as a rule of thumb, it's probably best to think of it as about a minute. Yeah, I don't think there's any actual Thargoid bases within the bubble itself, but it's certainly near bubble space there is. That's why I'm heading there. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time there because I don't really have that to get back for meeting up with the Lave people. Bit of a sprint really, and then have a quick look around and then come back again. Let's say in these places if anyone does want to join me, they're more than welcome to.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Especially later on in the stream. The last of a few hours. That'd be a particularly good time for it. The only downside to this ship, I think because of the drag drives, it actually does run rather hot. But not so problematically that, you know, it can't be cleared quickly. What's this over here? Alcatraz Clark Reform. Oh, prison. Prison in space. Not really a surprise, I suppose.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Fimbulwinter. It's an interesting name. Wonder if it's one of those sort of Kickstarter backer systems. Certain people want to name star systems because they'd actually contributed a certain amount to the original Elite Dangerous Kickstarter back in 2012. If I'd had the money at the time, I definitely would have contributed to it. I just didn't, you know. Sometimes it's a shame it took so long to actually get around to making this version of Elite, because you know, there wasn't one for quite a long time. It's almost like there was one missing there where there should have been, but yeah, maybe that's just me. Yeah. It's definitely worth a look though. I recommend trying out all the earlier Elite games. I think I have actually played Frontier Elite 2 on this stream a couple of times before. think people have always been interested whether they played that era of Elite or not. There's comparison, obviously, and also, you know, I think retro gaming generally there is a certain audience that is of like remarkably sort of wide age range, because obviously you get sort of, you know, a lot of kids who are interested in it as well, and not just people who sort of remember it from back in the day. Like I said, I was a kid when Elite 2 came out, so you know, and 3, so it's about typical, really. I don't think this is an active Thargoid base. I don't think there'll be scavengers there. I think it'll just be dead inside.
Temperature critical.
They keep telling the temperature was critical. I wouldn't have known otherwise. Twin universe assembly. What's that? Sort of particle accelerator? Or is that some kind of legislative assembly? Does make you wonder, doesn't it? Right, we're pretty near now, I think.
Warning.
If our jumps to go. Heidi's sector. Greetings anyone who's just joined. I'm Commander Yannick, and this is the 12-hour epic stream to raise money for Ukraine by the Red Cross. Any and all donations are most happily and gratefully accepted by myself and the Red Cross. More money goes straight to them. Any money that they can buy going to the QR code or the button in the About section of this channel. All the money will go straight to the Red Cross. It doesn't touch me at all.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Maybe I should switch off the temperature critical warning. It comes up too easily. I don't mind if it goes over 100% totally, but not over 80%. It seems, you know, a little bit premature. Shame I can't change the threshold. I know I can turn off the warning, but not the threshold of it. I'd certainly like to anyway. I think you just keep getting it. It becomes annoying afterwards. Actually, I think I have turned it off for periods of time in the past. If I've done a longer exploration trip, then it just keeps on happening.
System scan complete.
I mean, it's not dangerous until it really sort of keeps like above 100 for quite a long time. It starts to damage some of your modules. It doesn't even reach that, it's not really a problem. Yeah, it is interesting how, not this place we're heading to so much, but how many of the Thargoid bases do seem to be sort of congregated around Nebula. They seem to love Nebula for some reason. Not sure why, just the way they are. But there's, I mean, there are Thargoid bases outside of Nebula, but you do seem to be large clusters of Thargoid bases around Nebula, inside them. Obviously, it's completely wrong with speculation as to why. It's a damn good question, though. Damn intriguing. Yeah, it would genuinely be interesting if you could actually encounter a Thargoid in person in this. If you couldn't communicate or anything with them, it would just be interesting to have the encounter, even if it was only fleeting. Thargoid bases, and sort of how old are they? How long have they been around? And I know the theory they've probably been abandoned since the Thargoid War, back in the time of Elite 1, but or even afterwards in the time of Elite 3 with the talking about they're still suffering from the mycoid virus. It's a good bit of lore, that, because obviously you've got, also in the game, you've got the INRA facilities where they made and tested the mycoid, which are accessible to some surface bases in Mars. Maybe travel to one of those later. That's a distinct possibility, actually, because they're quite sort of spooky locations. Okay, so we're heading to planet B1C. Okay. It's interesting, I don't know how many people have noticed this, but a lot of fleet carriers do get parked in systems outside of the bubble, where there is something locally of interest, whether that be a sort of Guardian ruin, an old Thargoid base, or whatever, you know. It's they usually, or something kind of some kind of a significant astronomical phenomenon, you know, a spectacular star system or something just out of the ordinary. You often find a fleet carrier there willing to avail people of its services for a fee, of course. But no, they genuinely are useful. But yeah, you can generally tell, even if you, let's say you were looking for a Thargoid base, often you'll find you go to look at a system map. If you've never been to the system before, you don't have a scan of it, go to the system map, you'll find the fleet carrier will be often in orbit of the planet that the base is in. Not 100% of the time, but more often than not, that will be the way. Suppose it maybe seem like these are less epic journeys somehow if you've got someone at the end waiting with a hot dog stand to help you out. I think I analogized it once, almost like going to, if you found like one of the mythical Aztec cities of gold, and then when you actually got there you found, oh, this is interesting, but then you found like a dude with a hot dog stand. It would somehow make it a bit less magical. Well, nothing against dudes with hot dog stands, but you know, it's like the mundane versus the mysterious, and you don't really want to take the magic too much out of things that have it. Not too much, anyway. It's always good to have a little bit of mystery, a little bit of magic involved. Yeah, Super Cruise length won't be too long. Fingers crossed. Less than 4 minutes. How is everyone doing today? Hope you're having a good one wherever you are. Whatever you're doing. Yeah, less than 2 minutes now. Yeah, I've been to a fair few of these Thargoid bases. They are interesting places. Definitely some of the most sort of unusual, unique in the whole of the Elite Dangerous galaxy. They are different from humans. Right, here we go. Okay. Yeah, shame there's no one out here as well, but I was anticipating a couple more people to be travelling with me. It would have been cool, but still, I'm gonna do pretty much things I was gonna do anyway in this location. But it's same with these things, it's always a bonus to have someone nearby, as myself and Kit did earlier. Planned for most of the streams that are without anyone else. But yeah, if anyone wants to drop in, please do. And flying around in open at the moment. Interesting. So it was interesting that Elite Thargoid basically found airless worlds. I know you find like human and you know, guardian facilities also in those kind of places. So was that kind of weird miss around all of the Thargoid facilities? Again, makes it intriguing, I suppose. Makes it interesting. Sort of, oh, I wonder what's over there kind of thing. Especially if you see the sort of these giant, almost claw-like things, protrusions in the mist. Right, I'm just about to enter orbit. Yeah, see. Try signal sources. Where's the carrier? Yeah, it's nearby, isn't it? The fleet carriers are fun. I mean, mine is parked the other side of the galaxy for the DSSA, so I know how to run one. And have you flew it halfway across the galaxy? One of the furthest, most remote DSSA facilities. Oh, there it is. Borealis. Not mine, but the one that's at this location. Quite funny when you get certain systems that are just absolutely riddled with fleet carriers, but it does happen. Here we are. Right. Unknown structure scan. What's the other one? Unexplored. Oh, that's a different, distant planet in the system. Unidentified structure indeed. So let's have a look what it yields for us. Yeah, hopefully it's in the sunlight, but I can't guarantee that. Yeah, it's not actually in sunlight, but having said that, that's been the kind of theme today, really. Going up to Mount Everest and finding the same thing happening there. It was kind of glorious anyway, but just couldn't see as far as you normally would. Right, okay, let's go. Time to descend. The unknown structure. You know exactly what it is. That's cool though. It would have been nice to deep space to find a few more unknown structures. And if they were just like, you know, almost RNG generated sort of, you know, structures and civilizations, it would have been really interesting. There's still time though. I mean, that can still be put into a link. Yeah, so you can see that sort of, it looks like there's a kind of fog there anyway, even from a distance. It's the glow of the facility. I think there's those human bases that have been, that the Thargoid cult used to be at. And then if you go to them you can see a Thargoid pop up. It's actually quite fun. Okay. Right, let's go into the courtyard of the Thargoids, but I suppose it is in a way. Don't think I can land inside the perimeter itself. I think you can't do that. But let's try. Actually, not crashing into the ground might be a helpful thing. Okay, anywhere around here is good, I think. Yeah, it's fine. It's the quickest way in. Doesn't really matter much, I don't think. Here is good. Okay, let's have a run around. Even if it's only a brief thing. Where to get back? Oh yeah. Makes sense if I actually activated it. Here we go. do like the metallic look on this. It is a beautiful shot. I must admit. Yeah, it is a fascinating sort of structure, isn't it? Big giant tentacles. And there's the theory that all the bases aren't just bases, they're actually like grown structures. I suppose that'll explain why they got a kind of organic look to them. Then again, it's like you could suppose have a fusion between technology. Wow, this is high up actually. I forgot this was so high. But yeah, you could have a fusion of organic and conventional kind of technology, you know, artificial, like a cyborg organisms. Looks like there's kind of leaf patterns on the ground. It's always been intriguing. Something very, not just alien, but something slightly unnerving about some of them. Looks like a giant creature lives there, even if it doesn't. It is a large complex. I mean, I think it's larger than almost all the human complexes that I've seen in the game. I think some of the sort of self-contained sort of cities or larger towns, I even call them bases, are quite large. I don't know if they're as large as this though. To be fair, I haven't really measured both, so I can't really be sure. It is very interesting. I don't remember flying through the air as much last time I came to a Thargoid basement. Maybe it's just a route that I've taken in. Yeah. Interesting. Let's see if we can fit the up. Yeah, I think we're too far away. Yeah, I think I'm too far away. I think I'll have to head back to the central bubble. At what time? Probably, I'll 20 minutes travel time, probably. So yeah, if I leave here at about 2010. That should be okay. Yeah. Wonder why the uplink is not working. Oh, that's why. I thought I already did this. Thargoid, structural data, Thargoid, residue data. I think this is for like engineering of various objects as well, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. Let's turn on the beacon. $204 credit, maybe. 264. It's pretty low. It's a very good bang for buck ship, this one. Very good indeed. So this has got that kind of mist I was talking about earlier. I'll collect the selenium, that's fine. Looking for more, isn't it? Yeah, these places, there's a lot to be said about them, but at the same time, sometimes it's best to just let the places speak for themselves. See what else has been produced. Just mining fragment. I'm not that bothered by that, to be honest with you. Yeah, fair enough. Just looking what sort of barnacles that you have here. Yeah, that's good. I will continue. says Commander Andrew Linton, but I don't see him actually online. It's somewhat strange. Oh well. It's odd though, it's a slight bug I suppose. I wonder why he was connected to me when I hadn't actually linked him in. I know we winged up earlier, but it doesn't make much sense. Well, if he's back later, then that's cool. I'm good with that. What goodies do we have before us? Okay, I don't want the nickel, I'm not that bothered by it. This is supposed to be an active base, but there's scavengers. I suppose there's scavengers everywhere, and that's the thing. Okay, where's the nearest scavenger? Doesn't really matter, does it? Pardon me. Yeah. We have a scavenger. Ahoy indeed. I shouldn't really say that. It's about to be a PG stream. It was a turkey shoot, wasn't it? Well, the scavengers do sometimes leave some interesting materials behind, so... What do I pick? What do I pick? Sensor fragment, maybe? It's usually useful. What else is there? I could use... yeah, any of these look good. Thargoid carapace or whatever. I'm not even sure what carapace is. Let alone a Thargoid one. Yeah, I've got too many of those already. Uplink device, yep. I'll willingly take whatever data's going from there. Deeper than the structure, which it probably is. Yeah. At the moment, I don't really want to spend too much time inside the structure because time starts to accelerate quite a lot when you're down there. Get drawn into the mysteries and how intriguing it all is. Normally I would, but yeah, I'm a little bit on the clock at the moment. Ooh, looks like more scavengers ahead. I think they're going to die. There we go. Scavenger, scavenger. See, I can kill at a distance. So the effective range of this isn't that great. It's probably only about 200 meters, I think. About 230 meters effective range. So yeah, absolutely. Its effective range is definitely really only about 200, I think. Okay. Hunting the scavengers. Scavenger hunt. Bit obvious, but maybe that should be one of my future streams. Scavenger hunt. Well, I've killed a fair few of them today. Yep. Long way up. Right, let's see what you got. Was there one I've already taken before? Oh, that's better. Thug residue data, material composition data. Yeah, I do think these have engineering applications. Go to an engineer and find out, but some of them genuinely do. That's the thing. How many of these can we destroy in a day? Maybe not that many. Just not that many. Iron and sulfur are 10 a penny substances for engineering, so I think I'll pass really. Sometimes you get the odd rare one, but that's pretty unusual. Scavenger hunt. Another kill. Excellent. Scavenger's do more damage usually at close range. Obviously at these longer ranges you've usually got an advantage. I mean, at close quarters they can destroy you if you're not careful. They probably won't, but if you get, let's say, cornered by 3 at the same time, yeah, and you literally are in a corner up against, you know, something else. Yeah, it might be you might get unlucky and get heavily damaged. Ooh, there's another scavenger. Quite close range, actually. Well, surprising. But I get the impression they're not really supposed to be like long range sort of drones or anything. They're just quite sort of short range sort of automatons. Yeah, I'll take that. The energy cell. See what else there is to be found. Yeah, I'll definitely take the technical component and the sensor fragment. So very much. And also, yeah, I'll take fog on organic circuitry as well. And finally, I'll take the sensor fragments. Ah, slightly stuck. Great, wonderful. Anything else of use? Or not? Okay, wonderful. No, I don't want any more iron. I've got enough of them already. Interesting. Ooh, another scavenger. The scavenger hunt does continue. Right, now I think I have to get back to the bubble. To the lathe system. Right, now I've got to find the quickest way out of here. find the quickest way out of here. Maybe climbing off one of these might be a good idea. Bit too steep there, probably. Yeah, probably somewhere this way. Yeah, I'm going to get a certain distance outside of here before I can actually get my ship. Okay, I'm nearly there. Nearly there.
Ship recalled.
Wonderful. Just wait for it to show up. Yeah, cool. To back to the bottom. Still one of the best looking ships out there, the old Orca. Metallic paint jobs especially. Okay, let's roll. station, here we go. And the jumps. 30. Wonderful. Yeah, it's about 15 minutes to the bubble.
System scan complete.
Still pretty good range, like a 40 approximate, light years. Fairly explorer. That's often a question that a lot of people who are new to exploration more often, well, frequently ask, is what is a good range or what range is good for such an expedition. Most expeditions, about 95% of them, are not going to go to anywhere that's truly extreme that will need a massive, massive jump range. Over the majority of the time, they'll just be going to most stars that are reachable in the galaxy with like a 30 light year range. Anything you can get over that is a bonus. You can get 50 light years, you can go most places. Something like 70 light years is like, well, if you want to upgrade your ship to that point, then it's all gravy, isn't it? But it isn't actually necessary. You can explore so much even just on 30. Yeah, you don't have to get a wonderful, like expensive 70 light year exploration ship just to go out there. I mean, a lot of people have just hit the road with almost nothing. The first explorer ship I ever had an 18 light year range. Still did it anyway, still went out there. It was slow as hell, but yeah. Eventually I did actually get like a 30 light year Aspen. It got a lot easier at that point. Gotta start somewhere. We all have to start somewhere. Right, I think this is an opportune moment to break again, but for a very short one this time. I'll be back momentarily.
Warning. Temperature critical. System scan complete.
Hello, can you hear me now? That seems a bit better. Sorry for the delay. I've had to switch over various things. There have been various audio problems today, which I'm not totally sure why, but I think I'm on top of it now. And also switch into the Odyssey mode of the game. Because if all goes to plan, we should be linking up with Lave Radio in the near future. approach leave system itself. Right, if this works, I should connect with the Lave radio in the next few seconds. Oh, I didn't want to end up here. Why is it giving me this? Didn't want this. Yeah, sure. I'll go around the corner. Okay, we're a few jumps away from actually getting to first time I've tried kind of Discord for a while, probably since the last expedition. See if I can get it to actually work. Easier said than done, but such is life. Okay, seems to be fine. Microphone seems to be fine. I don't know why I'm not getting it though. Okay, sorry about this. This is Again, proving to be a minor technical nightmare. I do apologise. But anyway, hello to anyone who's just joined. This is the 12-hour charity stream for the Red Cross for Ukraine appeal. And I am trying to dock here at live. And try to join at the live radio simultaneously, but it doesn't seem to be working as planned. The reasons why I do not know. Right, here we go. Lave station, here we are. This is very weird. I'm trying to get everything working, but for some reason it's not playing ball with me. Trying to set up Discord with this. It's worked before, but it doesn't seem to want to work now. Which is somewhat irritating, to say the least. Okay, right, at present, I'll hang around outside Lave Station for a while. Actually, I might as well just dock while I'm here. Maybe I should try and just use Discord this way. That might be the best move. Okay, excellent. Starport services. Yeah, apologies for a lot of the issues I'm sort of having to deal with at the moment and trying to get Discord to behave itself, but it doesn't seem to want to play ball. It's always weird like that. I suppose software is always constantly changing and being updated, but what works one day does not work the next, even under the same conditions sometimes. I suppose it's just minor updates and changes and fixes. Then again, with fixes sometimes you solve one problem to create a completely different problem. Yeah, that does happen on occasion. Right, okay, I think I'm going to have to go on another technical break for the next 5 minutes to sort this out. I'm really sorry for this, but it's just driving everything up the wall.